You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Glad to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, on this absolutely beautiful Friday afternoon. The sun is shining, which we love to see, as we are off the turf today. We'll take a look at what's coming up today. Belmont at the Big A. Just announced moments ago, it was to be that all races except for the feature race today, the Glen Cove, were to be off the turf. Just announced moments ago that the feature stake of the day will also be off the turf, and all races on the card will be contested on a muddy-made track after the rain that we did have last night. We'll get right into it, though, as we have the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day to kick off the afternoon, a scheduled dirt race going a mile on the main track. And no surprise, Signator, $1.7 million son of Tappet, who's stretching out, is currently 3-5. As we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale, getting a good look at these 2-year-olds. Maggie, what are you seeing from them as we get ready to start the day?
Well, I'm sure a lot of people, Acacia, saw that Signator in his debut was the one finishing best, really leveling off and with a big gallop out. So the stretch out from the 6 to the mile here makes a lot of sense for this well-bred son of Tappet. Now, there's still some development to do physically with this guy. He still doesn't look 100% fit, but he showed in his debut that he is ready enough to be very effective here. But a horse that I really like in his debut today is on the outside, in number 6, Inflationary, a son of Into Mischief. While there isn't much to write home about in the first generation, this second dam, she was actually a turf horse, and there's a bit more turf on the bottom side, but I always pay attention when Chad Brown enters a horse on the opposite surface for what they're necessarily bred mostly for. This horse just looks like a quality animal. He's big, he's physically imposing, he just has that very intelligent look to him. And while he's another one that doesn't look 100% there from the fitness perspective, I think he's ready enough to be effective here at first asking. Though I will say, with the track being listed as muddy, and Acacia, it's very well on its way to being good, if not fast, by the end of the day, I think experience, though, should give an edge in this field.
Maggie, thank you. We have a few with experience. Race 1, the 2-year-old Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. The 2 first-time starters for Chad Brown, both by Spencer Farm stallion Into Mischief. As we get ready to kick off the afternoon, John Embriel standing by with the call.
Waiting now for the 2 first-time starters, Tabawatch and Inflationary. And we are set for the Friday opener. And they're off. That was a bobble there at the start for Krupe, and he's at the back along with Signator. Inflationary is up close along with a Weekend Tizzy and Tabawatch. The 3 of them are across the track for the lead. Nightcap sits just off of them in 4, 3 lengths, back to Signator, and the trailer is Krupe. The field races up the muddy backstretch. Weekend Tizzy is at the rail. Tabawatch is in between horses, and Inflationary's on the outside. The quarter went in 24 seconds. Right behind the front 3 are Signator, who is down at the rail. Nightcap is on the outside. Break of 4 or 5 now. Back to Krupe, who trails the field in 6th. The leader is long shot Weekend Tizzy by a half length. First time starter Tabawatch sits in second, with Inflationary next in third. To his inside is Signator, and to his outside is a Nightcap. Krupe now begins to pick it up from the back of the pack. The half mile went in 48 3, midway around the turn. Weekend Tizzy, Tabawatch, they are right together. Inflationary is in third, and now moving up on the outside. Nightcap gains ground as well, so it's 4 of them across, with Signator in behind and looking for a way through. Signator comes through now down at the rail. 3/4 went in 1:13 4, and here comes Signator now to take over the lead as they hit the furlong mucker. It's Signator in front and clear by 4. Weekend Tizzy trying to hold second, and the winner of this 1-mile race for the 2-year-old maidens, Signator, won by 4.5 lengths. Weekend Tizzy did hold second, and Krupe came on to grab third.
Signator, the favorite, is the winner. Second time out. Certainly appreciated getting a little bit more distance to work with, and will break his maiden under Javier Castellano as we bring in Chevy jockey Richard McGlory sitting alongside me here. Richie, what were your thoughts on this 2-year-old performance?
I thought Signator improved from his first start when he was a bit green from kickback, not really appreciating 6 furlongs. He liked to stretch out to a mile around the far turn. He was all dressed up with no place to go. Javier Castellano found the room inside and kicked on nicely. This is a really promising prospect, son of Tappet. Weekend Tizzy, second start, improved vastly for Kevin Boniface, and I just couldn't help but be struck by that last workout at Bonita Farm. 1:12-4 on a farm, and a horse that trained at Bonita Farm had one work at Delaware. And I find that horses that train in that kind of sedate setting of a farm, setting, improve with a race, and he certainly improved. He was just no match for Signator, who was very good. Krupe continues to have trouble leaving the starting gate. Second time in a row, he's bobbled away from there.
And that's his Achilles heel, as Krupe will have to settle for third. It was 2-4-1-1A in the opener. Our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day in the books. And as Richie mentioned, a nice effort from that second time starter at a big price. Weekend Tizzy. You can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown. It's a free-to-enter handicapping contest that follows the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now, watch your name climb the leaderboard, and you can earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. Well, that's one race in the books already to kick off the day, in a nice way to do so. As mentioned at the top of the show, though, unfortunately, the race is taken off the turf due to the significant amount of rain that we did have last night, Richie. So the Glen Cove, the feature, just announced, again, not even 10 minutes ago, that it was taken off the turf. So we could still be having some scratches as a result. This is the field as it stands. Of course, this morning when the actual scratches came out, it was on the turf. Thus, the girl with the dream, who would have had a major chance on the main track, is out. But such is life. So here's what we have here. We'll see who ends up in the field, but as far as half is enough does go, she's the one, should she remain in the race, and you would think so, that won her first 3 races impressively, and all of those were sprinting on the dirt.
Yeah, and a very good effort in a Grade 3 victory ride, and she tried the Prioress. She certainly benefits a great deal from the surface switch. No surprise that the races are off the turf today because of the amount of rain we had, Acacia. Just surprising the timing of the Glen Cove coming off the turf. So expect, several more scratches, but I agree with you. I think that half is enough, certainly elevated a great deal with the surface switch.
She ran second behind Hot Peppers in the Grade 3 victory ride. Has some class coming out of try in the Grade 2 Prioress last time out. Trevor McCarthy will be aboard for Michael Trombetta. Well, we'll see how the Glen Cove does materialize coming up a little bit later on. That is our feature of the day, the 8th race. But the 2-year-olds took the spotlight for the opener. And the number 2, Signator, gets the win. Beautifully bred colt by Tappet. And with that purchase price, obviously some high expectations from him, Richie. It sold for $1.7 million at the OBS April 2-year-old sale and breaks his maiden today.
Yeah, very impressive. Nice way to start the day. Promising 2-year-olds. This is a horse that ran extremely well first time, going 6, and you could just tell it was a little short of what he wants to do, but he finished resolutely that day, and he finished well here too. Like his stride. I like the way he rolls over his shoulders. Covers a lot of ground. Very efficient stride. Wins with his ears up. This is a horse with a future for a Hall of Fame conditioner, and Shug McGaughey's horses improve with racing.
Still wasn't the fastest out of the gate, and you could see that he was maybe not 100% settled early, but he kicked in late, figuring things out along the way as he's conditioned by Hall of Famer Shug McGaughey, and he's standing by with Maggie.
Here with Shug McGaughey as Signator. Shug ran really well first time out, going 6 furlongs. But as always, you're a trainer who likes to develop his horses, so you had to feel pretty confident given the way that he finished last time, stretching out to the mile today.
Well, I mean, 3/4 I knew was probably a little short for him, but, I knew he'd probably show up because he's got some ability and, but then waiting to get a race into him to come back going long. And, that's what he acts like he wants to do. And, he showed up today and, we're pleased with him.
Connection's paying 1.7 million. Obviously, some high hopes for him. But does he strike you? And to even get to the races as a 2-year-old, a lot of things have to go right. But does he strike you as a horse that could have a big 3-year-old campaign?
I would think so. I think that a lot of these things we've bought that I've been running, are going to be better off next year. And I had his mother. She broke her maiden here in pension. Ramon Dominguez rode her and came back. She won easy. He came back and said, I had no horse at any time. But we've always been pleased with him. David bought this horse down in Ocala, and so, being Ways bred, we do have high hopes for him.
I just say, I hope Javier Castellano didn't say that today.
Well, he said he liked him.
He did. He seemed like he wanted to stay on. I'm sure tomorrow we'll see you well represented with Skims in the Sands Point. Hopefully everything goes well with the weather. It should with drying out conditions. Ran well in the Dueling Ground Oaks last time out. What are we expecting from her? Is she one that's on the upswing?
Well, I hope so. I mean, her 2 races at Saratoga were very disappointing. And then she came back down there, running that far. I thought she ran really well. And she came out of it and came back up here good. And we were thinking about the Sands Point of the QE2 at Keeneland. And Andrew kind of wanted to run up here. So here we are. But she has trained well, and she's run well over this turf course. So we're looking forward to tomorrow.
Well, a nice way to kick off the weekend with a very promising colt and Signature. Congrats.
All right, thank you.
All right, Hall of Famer Shug McGahee, Signature, making good on his very well backing today in his second start, Acacia.
Getting the win at second, asking Maggie, thank you for Shug McGahee, and we'll see what Shug's runner Skims will do from the rail tomorrow, as she will take on a salty field in the Grade 2 Sands Point. Came up a competitive race. There's the prices, though, for the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, $320, and Weekend Tizzy at a big price, a horse that I knew you had some interest in, Richie. Ran very well at second asking, too.
Really taken by that work at Bonita Farm. Kevin Boniface shipped his horse in, and I thought he took a big step forward, but he hooked a colt and Signature that has a big future.
Race number 2, also scheduled for the main track, is coming up next. A claiming race, $20,000, going 6 furlongs on the main track. Currently, Alpine Queen, the number 1, 2-1 with Irad Ortiz, leading jockey in the saddle. Talk more about this second race in a moment. We'll take a quick timeout. We touched a little bit on Skims, who will be going out in the Grade 2 Sands Point tomorrow. Waiting for her, a Breeders' Cup champ, Pizza Bianca, the homebred for Bobby Flay, makes her return in the Sands Point tomorrow.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok, they come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Naira bets on a pumpkin? Sign me up. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. You're watching America's Day at the Races, as it's that time of year. Richie, did you get a pumpkin yet?
We fixed up our front gate with pumpkins and flowers and gourds. Yeah, I liked it.
Well, here's a look at the weekend stakes schedule for Belmont at the Big A. The now off the turf Glen Cove today, the Sands Point and Floral Park to look forward to Saturday and Sunday. And in the Sands Point for the 3-year-old fillies on the grass, Pizza Bianca, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf winner, will make her first start since trying the Group 1 Coronation Stakes at Royal Ascot last time out. A very special winner, not only the first Breeders' Cup winner for Christophe Clement, but a homebred for Bobby Flay as well.
Yeah, incredible to be a part of a Breeders' Cup with her, let alone to have bred the horse and watch her knife her way through a field like this. What an incredible ride by Jose Ortiz here, and just found every gap. Now, you can ride a horse perfect, but you need a horse that has acceleration to make those gaps, and that's her strength. Her turn of foot, the way she finishes. Loved her run in the Hilltop earlier this year when they used the same tactics. Went over to Royal Ascot, wasn't disgraced in the Coronation, has had time off and comes back here. And a filly that, again, her turn of foot is her strength, and she's already shown the ability to handle less than firm ground.
As you see the celebration from Jose Ortiz after that Breeders' Cup. If you haven't had a chance to watch the jockey cam footage of him knifing through traffic, I definitely recommend it.
You can live vicariously through Jose there. I mean, just an incredible ride, an incredible trip, and again, having the horse to be able to take advantage of those opportunities as they present themselves. What a nice filly.
Well, we'll see what she has to offer in the latter part of her 3-year-old season, filly by Fastnet Rock, as the Sands Point is our America's Best Racing race of the week. Here's a look for the 3-year-old fillies going the 1 1/8 on the turf, and she's got some pretty stiff competition to deal with in here today. As we'll take a look at a couple of the contenders, including Eminent Victor. Last time out in the Lake Placid, the field was just wired by Haughty. 2 starts back, Eminent Victor was beaten just a nose, and really, I would say, probably ran the best race this day.
Yeah, I would agree. You know, the winner was able to kind of find the seam and get through inside of her. But she ran game, and she finished well, and she showed that she's a quality filly. Plus, she had that stumbling beginning, which cost her position. She's a hard trier. She's game. Honestly, I'm a little bit taken with Pizza Bianca myself, but obviously Eminent Victor had excuses in the Lake George.
You heard Maggie ask Shug McGahee about Skims before, as she will break from the rail and rematch with Vergara. They will be in post positions 1 and 2 respectively. This was at Kentucky Downs in the dueling ground Oaks, and Vergara, who's been remarkably consistent throughout her career too, getting the win by just a head over Skims, going a distance that I never would have guessed that she would have preferred of the 1 5/16.
Yeah, and it looked like just a test of attrition here, right? They were both kind of leg weary and battling to the wire, and they ran essentially 1-2 around the racetrack. I like Johnny Velasquez climbing aboard Skims. Johnny is a rider that gets a horse in forward position and kind of keeps their forward momentum. He seems to be able to get horses to extend their run, and he gets a good inside draw. You know, Skims is interesting if they let her get loose early.
It is a pretty exciting race, that's for sure, thus making it our America's Best Racing race of the week. We'll see which of those 3-year-old fillies can take a step forward to take the Sands Point on Saturday. It came up really competitive. I mean, you could make a case for a lot of the horses in here.
You really can, and turf racing's about trips, and now we've also got to factor in that we have had significant rainfall. Now it'll be drier tomorrow for sure. We've got nice breeze, sunshine, but it's still going to have some give to it.
Naira Bets Saturday contests are here, and they're better than ever. Naira Bets have added $2,000 to the prize pool this week. Don't miss out. Register now and win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. today. Visit naira.com/contest to learn more. You can see it's turned out to be a beautiful day here in New York as we turn our attention back to race number 2 on this Friday at Belmont at the Big A. There's a 7, OK Honey, who cuts back in distance. We'll talk more about her chances and the rest of the field after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup, Keeneland.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Well, we'll get ready for the second race today. Belmont at the Big A will meet the field as this one scheduled for the main track. 6 furlongs on the main track, a $20,000 claiming race, 3-year-olds and upwards. Even money now on Alpine Queen, Jose Camejo and Irad Ortiz. Dangerous combination there.
Yeah, she's been in very good form. Any one of her last 5 races puts her right in the fray, and she's had some excuses in those 5 races. Big effort 2 back when she won going a mile at Saratoga, but turned back nicely last time to be 3rd.
And there she is, the gray filly stepping out. Irad Ortiz going to be in the saddle, leading jockey, continuing his good momentum here. As we'll meet the next one, she's a black belt, Jackie Davis up.
Yeah, Jackie Davis coming down from Finger Lakes. She's having a nice meet up there. Filly should be forward early.
Number 3, Shadalamo is next. Dylan Davis in the saddle.
Yeah, Jackie rode this one last time. Now Dylan gets a shot at it. Kind of a big, robust 5-year-old mare.
She certainly carries her condition. The other Jose Camejo, so to speak, here's Alarm Clock.
Yeah, more of a closing type. You get Jose Gomez, so you get a 5-pound break in weights there.
Next will be Quality Stones, early speed.
Yeah, this is the one I was most interested in, the winningest horse in this race, 7-time winner, and she does have good speed with an apprentice aboard.
And class dropper, Okay Honey.
Yeah, dropping class. Jose Lascano stays put. This horse should be getting a nice trip from the outside.
Well, tomorrow, Richie and I are going on a little journey. We're very excited, heading over to Far Hills, New Jersey for the big day of racing. And you can catch all of it on our America's Day at the Races program on FS2. Make sure you download Naira Bets to wager. All the past performances are out. And very excited to see that Grand National and Snap Decision, who was just beating the Grand National behind the Mean Queen last year. Sadly, the Mean Queen sidelined. Snap Decision 8-5, and what a cool horse he is.
He's such a cool horse, and now he gets to run with level weights, but it's an intriguing race, and this was a huge run from him in the Jonathan Shepherd up in Saratoga. There was no pace, so they just went ahead and let him run to lead. Don't think he's really a front runner. He was just so much the best this day.
Oh, he was so fun to follow that afternoon. And then last time out in the Lonesome Glory, he was carrying 168 pounds. He was beaten that day by Noah and the Ark, who he'll rematch again with. That horse was carrying 140 last time out when he got that win.
140, and you got to give the rider a lot of credit, Noah and the Ark. He really went all in before they turned for home. And sometimes you catch a horse off guard, Snap Decision a little bit, and they can't re-rally under that heavy impost. So terrific, I thought, tactical ride last time out.
Well, can't wait to see Snap Decision and the rest of the field. The Grand National will have the whole card for you. We'll be there live on track at Fair Hills. If you're heading out, please come say hello. Joined by Joe Clancy, which we can't wait to have as well, and get all of his good insight on these steeplechase runners for a terrific day of racing on tomorrow's program. Back here today, though, we have the second coming up at Belmont at the Big A. Horses out on the track warming up. We'll get a trackside report from Maggie Wolfendale. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Acacia, and we'll take a look at your 6-5 favorite in number 1, Alpine Queen, who comes back out of a race where I don't know if she's necessarily meeting better or tougher horses today, but it wasn't the greatest 25 field that we've seen. And yes, she did lose a bit of ground throughout, kind of tracking wide, but she had clear run, and you could see it in that race. She really kind of shortened stride late. Now she's going to shorten up even more so, going the 6 furlongs. And I got to say, I wasn't in love with her in the paddock. I wasn't in love with her out on the racetrack. At a short price, I am definitely willing to look elsewhere. As we'll take a look, though, at Jose Camea's other horse in here, number 4, Alarm Clock. She looks a bit slow on paper, but you have to remember that she is a 3-year-old, and she's one that's kind of just emerging out of the, kind of non-3 life. For me, from just, if you put your PPs down and compare these two side by side, Alarm Clock makes a far better impression. I mean, even though she is a younger horse against some, very experienced older mares in here, she stacks up well with them from a size standpoint. She's moving really well out there. She's framed herself up beautifully with Jose Gomez. Again, she'll have to take a bit of a step forward and, have to hope that many others don't really show up here, but I thought one at a decent price that could be used underneath here, just making such a nice impression on the day. As I too am with Richie, I think Quality Stones is the quality of the field here. I love, her record, 7 for 29 lifetime, and with the scratch of missing Lincoln here, she is the clear-cut lone speed. And for me, I think she controls. She gets back to the main track, where I was actually cautiously optimistic about her trying the turf for only the second time. Last time didn't work out well, but here we are. The blinkers are on here, just a French cup or kind of 3/4 cup blinker, and I think she makes a lot of sense. She looks incredibly healthy. I think she controls from start to finish, Acacia.
She has that early speed, and it's so dangerous. Maggie, thank you. We'll take a look at her last win, Quality Stones. This is back in mid-May when she was able to wire the field for 10,000. Was picked up that day by Pat Quick, Richie, and immediately she ran very well in a New York bred allowance 2 or 3 the end race after that, and maybe not the toughest group that afternoon, but obviously facing tougher company. She's one that I think is very dangerous in here.
I do too. She has speed. You get Omar Hernandez Moreno, won a race yesterday, 7-pound apprentice, so she gets him with 114. This is a perfect apprentice kind of horse with speed, kind of get out of their way and, getting a break in weights. And she's dropping down to an appropriate level on the appropriate surface. Last time she dropped down, but that was turf, and her dirt races are certainly more than good enough, and speed is always dangerous.
2 starts back, her last dirt race, had to face Mosienko, who's been in tremendous form recently. What is it, 4 in a row now for Mosienko?
Yeah, Mosienko got her hat trick with the 3rd in a row, and now 4 in a row. Raging form for Dennis Lauman.
Here's OK Honey, meanwhile, who cuts back in distance. And we're taking a look at a recent race from her. This is back in March when she did finish 2nd, her last time sprinting. There was some moisture in the track too. She's had several wet track races and obviously has been able to handle it just fine.
Yeah, and I think she's going to get a very similar trip today, kind of watching things from the outside, maybe the one that is keeping an eye on Quality Stones. And I just think she's getting down to a more appropriate level. I think she's just kind of been racing a bit over her head recently.
Mm-hmm. The number 1, Alpine Queen, is currently 2-1. Not the most ringing endorsement from Maggie as far as her appearances. And one thing that I also thought was a little interesting, yes, she has high-profile connections here to Richie, but we often see when Jose Camejo claims a horse, especially around this level on the dirt, wouldn't you kind of expected her to win last time at such a short price?
Yeah, and she had her opportunity. And, she's a filly that seems to me that wants to kind of start marching on around the turn. We've seen her kind of make these middle moves or mild middle moves, but it seems like it's more on her own volition. Not that the riders are asking her to do it, that she starts to do it. And I just wonder what kind of trip she gets from the rail today. I just prefer the 6 Quality Stones at a slightly better price. Quality Stones was 9-2 when I really liked her. Now she's 2-1.
You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. They've got you covered. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. 2-1 co-favorites now, in fact, Alpine Queen and Quality Stones. That's a little surprising as well. But again, that early speed, such a dangerous weapon, especially, Richie, with horses at this level. Sometimes they're consistent, but you can't necessarily trust them to pass horses in the latter stages of the race.
Well, my experience has always been a case that lower level horses can be easily discouraged. And that was something I thought about as a rider going into a race. If there was another horse that I knew had some speed and I could take it away from them and throw some kickback in their face and try to basically discourage them from giving their best effort. And when you have speed, you're the one kind of dictating the flow of the race. Now, as an older rider, and I wouldn't expect this from Omar Moreno, you would meander, meaning you'd go to the lead, open up a length and a half or two, and then make sure you throw a little dirt at everybody. Meander down towards the rail, meander back out to the forepath. Not, drastically, not, going from one path to another. But again, just steadily, slowly, kind of making everybody guess which direction you may go.
Sometimes it's all about the mind games as well, right?
Well, it's speed, too. Take your silks out the back so they flap. Undo your arm number so it flaps. You want to make horses think about it when they're coming towards you. If you slow them down a millisecond, how many races are won by noses? I want them to be able to think about what's that kind of crazy thing flapping in the breeze in front of me.
So many things going on out there on the racetrack that you may not be privy to just watching a race on the TV. And sitting next to me, one who's done it many, many times and very successfully. As we see horses getting ready to load into the gate for the second race, 8-5 now on Alpine Queen, as Irad Ortiz has put some distance on him and the rest of the colony as far as these jockey standings do go.
Yeah, Irad's been riding so well, and he's so enthusiastic, and he brings it every race. Sometimes he does too much. I've talked with him a lot about, changing lanes, so quickly, elbows out, things like that, it's all in the desire to win, but you can go over the line, and he doesn't need to do that, the quality of horses he rides.
He's on the 7-5 favorite, Alpine Queen. Post time for race 2, Belmont at the Big A. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Waiting now for Quality Stones and OK Honey. Field of 6, set to go 6 furlongs. Main track now good. And they're off. OK Honey broke well, but quickly passed by Quality Stones, who is out for the early lead. She's a black belt, runs in second. OK Honey is now back in third. Alpine Queen moves up at the rail from fourth. Alongside his alarm clock and trailing the field is Shadolamo in sixth. Quality Stones is the leader here by almost 2 lengths. She's a black belt, giving chase in second. The opening quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds as they begin the run around the far turn. Quality Stones now by 2.5 lengths. She's a black belt, is second by almost 3. Alpine Queen comes through on the inside. The favorite is in third, but about 7 lengths off the lead. And the leader is Quality Stones, who is in front as they come for the top of the stretch. Then She's a Black Belt, Alpine Queen down at the rail, OK Honey on the outside. It is Quality Stones who has built that lead. Quality Stones is in front now by 8 lengths. Then She's a Black Belt, and on the outside, OK Honey, a runaway winner here. It is Quality Stones, wire to wire. And it's going to be very tight for second between OK Honey and She's a Black Belt.
Quality Stones using that speed. You kind of knew once she broke so sharply that was it, Richie. Nice call. You and Maggie, top pick.
Well, she exploded away from the starting gate. Actually, it looked like she outbroke Omar a little bit. We kind of fell back by the time he caught up, but she was underway. And just a fast filly bred by Roddy Valenti, my buddy, and the drop, the speed, a lot of it made sense. And She was very good. Gosh, she just blitzed this field. That was for her 8th win, the winningest mare in this race.
Omar Hernandez Moreno with his first win of the meet yesterday gets right back to the winner's circle today, giving some nice pats to this 5-year-old mare, Quality Stones, by Quality Road. Used that early speed to her advantage and was able to kick away from this field. Has to be such a good confidence boost too for a 7-pound apprentice when he won a race yesterday and he comes in and he looks at the paper and says, I've got a really big shot on this one. That has to really put you in a good mindset.
Oh, absolutely. And he followed the win up yesterday with a very close 3rd in the finale, gave that horse a good ride. You know, the one thing that Omar's going to continue to improve at is just strength. You need to ride consistently, and you get into that real riding fitness that he just hasn't had an opportunity to get to, but he'll get there as long as he gets to ride on a consistent basis.
Picks up another winner here, 5-2 shot Quality Stones with the victory, no doubt about it. 6-7, 2-4 in the second. Belmont at the Big A. Big congratulations to Omar. So enthusiastic, always all smiles, and gets another win. Well, we've been privileged to always get a lot of great insight from the champion jockey sitting next to me. And when we come back, Richie's going to take you inside the starting gate, up close and personal after this.
Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you by Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. Race 2 in the books. Wire-to-wire winner Quality Stones gets the victory under apprentice jockey Omar Hernandez Moreno. Uses that speed to her advantage for trainer Pat Quick, who also picks up his second win of the meet, and he's standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, the jockey-trainer combo having a pretty nice week this so far here, and please be joined by Pat Quick. And Pat, you had to be excited when you saw the other speed missing link scratch today, because Quality Stones, she almost left Omar in the back seat. She broke so quickly when she really found her stride.
Yeah, I'm so happy for her. She's such a game little thing. She's the smallest horse I've ever trained. I mean, she is just tiny, but she cut a hole in the wind today for sure.
And she just has that rapid kind of little way of going, and you know, she earned her 8th win today in 30 career starts, and it just feels like when you're in a spot like this, when you have more wins than anybody else, it usually adds to success.
Yes, I agree. We had a little trouble with her feet. We got glue-on shoes on her. It seemed to turn her around, and she glided out there. She was just gliding on the track, right? I mean, just beautiful.
Yeah, and Pat, is that why you tried the turf again in her last start? I was wondering about that.
I tried the turf because I entered her for 20, I entered her for 16, I entered her for 12 even. I think none of the races went. And she had one turf start in her life, which wasn't terrible. So, yeah, you know, you can't keep them in the pond. The owners are over there, and they're really rough on me.
Yeah, they might be the nicest people I've ever met. But talk a little bit about Omar, too. We saw him win in gate-to-wire fashion. When you have a speed horse, how important is it to take that, 7-pound allowance off?
Well, it's more important for her because she's so small. Right. And he comes and gets on her in the morning, so he knows her real well, and they get along great in the morning, they get along great in the afternoon, and he's excited. He's so full of let's go and win, he doesn't care if it's a 30-to-1 shot or a 2-to-1 shot. He's really enjoying himself, and he's such a nice guy. He was a hot walker for me at Saratoga. So
when?
We have a little history. I don't know how many years ago it was, 4 or 5 years ago. I'm not sure, but I had to call his mother because he wasn't 18 yet, to call his mother to ask if it was okay. Yeah.
Wow, everything coming full circle. You guys taking pictures here in the winner's circle now.
It's really nice. It's really nice to have him in the saddle.
It really is a truly meaningful win, Acacia, and that explains why he was giving her so many pats when they pulled up, because he has quite a history with quality stones.
I love that story, Maggie. Thank you. Big congratulations to Pat Quick as Omar Hernandez Moreno picks up another win, has the report with the mare and with the trainer as well. What a great story. I didn't know that.
That's great. So they have a history. They go back together. Quality Stones paid $720. I think it's generous $720, honestly. And the fact that he gets on the filly every day, and what Pat said about his enthusiasm, doesn't care if it's 30-to-1 or 2-to-1. He's just so thrilled to be out there. And that's what I was talking about yesterday. That's why young guys with that enthusiasm, young men and women, win on long shots.
Big congratulations to the Connections getting the win there in race number 2. The third race today off the turf in this New York bred allowance, unfortunately bitten by the scratch bug. The new rule as well, if you are wondering why the main track onlys are out, is that it used to be a rule that a main track only could run even if they were entered in the next day. That's no longer the case. So those horses that were main track only here entered to run tomorrow, they have to scratch the first day that they're entered.
Well, it really decimated this field, unfortunately. So you have a field of 3. Marinara Sauce trying the dirt for the first time. The Grand Dam was a stakes winner sprinting on dirt, if you dig a little deeper into the pedigree. But Baldassar really looks like he has this field at his mercy. I mean, he was, to me, very impressive on debut, very game. And it looked like he could probably get a little fitter off of that race. And if that's the case, he's going to be very tough.
Horse that won on the dirt first time out. More on this third race in a moment, but before we get to that, as promised, if you've ever wondered what happens in the starting gate, that's where it all begins before they spring the latch and we go off into the race. And it can do a lot and change a lot as far as how the race is played out. But don't leave it to me to tell you. We'll send it over to a champion jockey who's won more than 4,000 races to bring you up close and personal with the starting gate.
The post. The barrier, the stalls, the iron monster, the starting gate. There are so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
What are we doing? Hey, wait for the truck. All right. Yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We've got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know, the ones that's gonna sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's gonna do his job. I'm gonna just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all 4 legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're gonna take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're gonna be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say 1 out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say 1 out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know, or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters, as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
Some great stuff from Richie Migliore. Well done on that piece. And how'd it feel being back in the gate for you?
It was actually a little bit emotional for me. I really, you know, hadn't been on a racehorse in over 12 years, and let alone go to the starting gate. I did not break, but really the piece, the people to thank was everybody behind the scenes. You know, first and foremost Eldon and all the work they put in. You know, Bobby and you know, certainly Ernie, everybody. I mean, these people behind the camera make us look good.
Absolutely. This has been Richie's brainchild for a while, and really grateful to everybody that came together to make it possible, and it came out looking great as well, because we often talk about how important the start is, and it's not just when they spring latch and when the horse goes, but as you talked about in the piece, so much more going into it and what's going through your head mentally as a rider and all the prep that's led up to that moment.
You know, one of the things that Angel Cordero said to me when I was a young rider, you don't want to be caught behind horses that your horse is naturally faster than. It takes more out of a horse to fight their way through that traffic and get past horses that they should just really be in front of naturally. But you know, that was a horse for John Kimmel, so thank you to John Kimmel, Loretta Lustig, his assistant, somebody I worked with closely when I was riding and did a lot of the gate schooling with them. And when that communication I'm talking about is when you feel a horse is nervous and maybe have a tendency to blow up in the gate, you go to the trainer and you talk to him, say, well, we need to do some schooling, get this horse more relaxed, and that helps them be better leaving the gate. They're a 1,000-pound animal. It doesn't make sense. If they're shifting their weight, they have to set and then jump. They've already lost a half a length.
And sometimes we talk about some of the horses that are so big, too, and they almost take up the entire starting gate. And I think that's another piece of it that sometimes we don't get to emphasize so much. Horses that maybe just take up the whole gate, because it's all about that balance at the right point. Horses that can be really keyed up prior, you think those that are going to be distracted won't break as sharp. Sometimes it's the ones that are kind of asleep that don't break as well.
Well, right, it's a balance. Having them alert, ready, but not past that point where they're shuffling and getting ready to charge the doors. And now you talk about big horses. Also, you have an assistant starter in there with you, and there's a very small ledge for them to stand on. And the fact that they can keep their balance, help control the horse for you, and get out of your way at the break, starting gate, people that work in the starting gate are amazing to me, besides being incredibly brave.
The unsung heroes, truly can't say enough good work about enough good words about what the starting gate crew does. Terrific job, my friend, on that piece and giving a little insight to what happens inside the starting gate. Horses in the paddock for this third race off the turf. Talk more about it after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Covering almost 300 acres near the borders of Vermont and Massachusetts, New Hill Farm was established in 1984 by the parents of current owner Lily Kobielski. She says she's guided by one principle.
It's got to be all about the horse. You know, everything we do is to make sure that we're raising healthy, happy racehorses.
That's me.
Lily's husband, Maciek Kobielski, is a famous fashion and portrait photographer. Lily is both a photographer and freelance writer whose work has appeared in Vogue and the New York Times. It's not surprising that they love living surrounded by beauty at the farm that Lily took over from her mother a few years ago. And they believe it's a good place to raise both children and horses.
You know, we'll have as much as 45 horses at the farm at a time, which gets a little crazy.
Lily grew up riding and showing hunters and says her children appear to have inherited her love for horses. Whatever path they follow, New Hill Farm will always be a farm.
Very committed to conservation, so all of the farm is protected as farmland, and about 70 of the acres are fenced off for the horses.
You can check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, as we have the New York Breds coming up next here in this third race. But first, we're going to be all around the world. It's not only America's Day at the races tomorrow, it's the world's day at the races. We'll be at Far Hills. There's racing coming up from New York. And in the morning, Maggie Wolfendale will be in studio to bring you Champions Day as we take a look at what's coming up across the pond at Ascot, the QE2 tomorrow. I'm sure a very special rendition with the recent passing of Queen Elizabeth II. Of course, her namesake race here, Richie. It's 3-year-olds going a mile on the turf as we take a look at Inspiral. Pizza Bianca, when she went to Ascot, had to deal with this filly, who's just been absolutely tremendous for John and Thady Gosden. Had 3 great Group 1 wins, and the most recent against males.
Yeah, and she's got an explosive turn of foot. When she hits another gear, it's the afterburners go on. I mean, she is really a special talent. I mean, she's got to deal with Modern Games again, who I feel like is taking this game to another level. Scintillating win last time up at Woodbine, but this is a really good group of milers.
It is, and as far as modern games does go, we saw him go to Woodbine for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin, the horse that did win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, though was technically running for purse money only in that race, but a horse that has been well traveled, has been consistent, and this was a tremendous performance from him to really get back on track, I think.
To put this kind of separation on a very good field, and I am a huge William Buick fan, his rider. I think he has taken his game to another level. He finishes as strong as any rider out there, and tactically as sound as can be. And how good is Charlie Appleby, the trainer, in recognizing what horses will excel traveling and going to different jurisdictions and how they'll fit in, particularly in North American racing.
He's just been absolutely dominant around the world, particularly coming in to take these grade ones in the U.S. And at Woodbine as well. Also on Champions Day, though, we'll see a troop champion, Baid, who has quite the following as well, and rightfully so, Richie. He's incredibly talented, as we'll see him taking a look at his recent win in the Juddmonte International.
Look at the way he's traveling. You can see everybody around him is already assing their horses. They're throwing reins, they're set down. He's just galloping up alongside this horse. He jumped back to his left lead there, but it's almost like at a boredom, and his stride is massive, Keisha. When he's assed, he just finds another foot and a half to his stride and edges away from horses. I thought that was such a telling indication of how superior he is to his rivals up to this point, the way he travels into the stretch in the bridle.
Just incredible, really, Baid, as he has been so fun to follow as well. And we'll see him in the Kipco Champion Stakes going a mile and a quarter. He does have a Dayar who's well accomplished as well. Stone Age, some really nice horses in this race, but he's just been really at the top of his game. It
just seems like Baid breathes different air. Every once in a while, a horse comes along. We've seen it recently in the Pacific Classic with Flightline. We saw it with horses like Frankel. They just have a different dimension to them that other horses don't seem to be able to find.
Baid looking to complete a perfect career and take the Group 1 Champion Stakes. He has been so fun to watch, and you can get a glimpse of him during the coverage of Champions Day tomorrow. Make sure you tune in for that Saturday from Ascot, as we have race 3 coming up here off the turf. As we head down to the paddock, check in with Maggie. What do you make of this trio, Maggie, trying the main track?
Feels like the public has the right favorite amongst the three, but Marinara Sauce is trying the main track for the first time at Acacia, and there actually is quite a bit of dirt pedigree with this horse, being a son of Lauban, who is more productive with his dirt horses, and the dam is have two multiple graded stakes winners in Spun Sugar and Daher. So there's plenty of dirt pedigree, but Chad Brown never opted to run him on the dirt, and he does look more turf meant. You know, he just has a bit of a slighter frame to him, more of a turf hoof. And so I just feel as though Baldassar, which was very clever, who was very cleverly entered by his connections, should be the one who controls this race, again, from start to finish, Acacia.
We'll see if he does just that. Maggie, thank you. The third race, we will meet the tremendous 3 going out here, starting with Marinara Sauce, who, as Maggie mentioned, there is pedigree to run on the main track.
Yeah, there's a pedigree there. The horse has been good on turf, so you know there's some quality, and who doesn't like a good Marinara Sauce?
That's right. Here's Baldassar, broke his maiden on the main track, first time out.
I thought he was very impressive on debut, a horse that I think can actually step forward.
Here is the number 10, A Light.
A horse that took him a long time to break his maiden, keeps on plugging away, getting checks. He'll get another check today, too. He's earned $84,000 the hard way.
And that's it. That's the field. Race number 3, again, unfortunately, off the turf. As we do have some updated scratches for the feature, the Glen Cove, which will go as race number 8 today, announced late that this race will be taken off the turf. So Girl with a Dream was already out as of now. It has been updated. Poppy Flower, Zelda, and Teswaya also out of the Glen Cove. So do take note of that, particularly if you're playing any multi-race sequences coming up. Race 8, the Glen Cove, the feature, also to be run on the main track. It is unfortunate, but we we'll still hopefully have a good sized field for the feature a little bit later on, and we look to see the likes of Zelda, owned in part by former NBA star Tony Parker. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see her back soon, and him as well.
And I thought she was very interesting in there. A horse that had performed well on soft ground in Europe, and I actually liked the turn back for her. So unfortunate that she won't get to compete today, but there'll be another day.
We'll take a look at our Breeders' Cup Spotlight, as it's just a few weeks away now, which is pretty crazy, coming up at Keeneland. Breeders' Cup 2022, and this Breeders' Cup Classic, as we've continued to discuss, has the makings of an epic showdown as we look at the likes of Flightline, undefeated and absolutely dazzling in the Pacific Classic last time out. He's training up to that Breeders' Cup Classic try.
Yeah, a horse that seems to do well with a lot of spacing between his races, and when they're this brilliant, this fast, they sometimes need a lot of time to recover. But when you get these kind of performances, I mean, this was as good a performance as I've ever seen. It rates up there with anything I've ever seen, and I've been watching races since the early 70s. This was incredible. I think it's really important watching Flightline work to keep an eye on the way. He's just galloping here. He doesn't look like he's doing anything, and good horses will fool you. They'll fool you watching them because they don't look like they're doing a lot, and they're doing more than the average horse, and they'll fool you when you're on them because they're doing it so effortlessly. Going fast comes easy to them. But watch him after the finish line. I mean, you know, he's fun to watch train because of the enthusiasm that he trains with and his mechanics, the way he covers the ground. His 8th after the wire, Acacia, was better than any other 8th during the work. I think he went faster the 8th after the wire than the 8th before.
And you can see, too, his rider just has his feet in the dashboard throughout the work, too. And he just has so much exuberance in that workout. And as you mentioned, the gallop out's such an important piece of it, too. And he's working 6 furlongs. They're putting the miles into him, the foundation. He showed he could handle a 1.25 miles winning the Pacific Classic. The Breeders' Cup Classic is going to be a different type of test, though, and you want to make sure you have that stamina, particularly assuming you're going to be pressed by a horse like Life is Good.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to me, the way he does things, it just comes so easy to him. But his 8th after the wire, I mean, he looked like he threw an 8th and 11 there after the wire because the rider just moved his hands on the reins.
Yeah, just amazing. A truly incredible horse, and he's been jaw-dropping as of yet. As we take a look at the contenders who will potentially line up in the Breeders' Cup Classic, I tell you what, Richie, if the field lines up just like this, it's going to be quite a race. Of course, you have the Flightline, Life is Good, the kind of kings of the handicap division on East and West Coast. And then you have a strong group of 3-year-olds waiting in the wings, including Epicenter, winner of the Run Happy Travers.
I think Epicenter has kind of taken control of this division. I think something would have to happen drastically in the Breeders' Cup Classic to change at least my opinion about that. He's a horse that I think was a bit unlucky through the Triple Crown, ran some very good races, put it all together in Saratoga. Looks like he continues to get better physically, mentally. And if Flightline and Life is Good both make it to the Classic, and hopefully for us as fans they do, I think it benefits Epicenter.
He could be the one running late, as we will potentially see that great matchup between Flightline and Life is Good. Life is Good, a multiple Grade 1 winner of the Woodward last time out. And yes, it is a conversation that maybe we're just making a bit much of it because he still won. But it was his lowest buyer speed figure that he's been running recently, and it was a wet track, and it wasn't one of those dazzling performances that we've come to expect from him.
I think the proper terminology here is workmanlike, but maybe Life is Good as a victim of the bar he is set. He still won, but we're expecting to be dazzled every single time. Now, it was an off track. Maybe he didn't appreciate that. I think part of it, too, is possibly he was almost too relaxed. He got on the lead and just kind of really went to sleep, and he needed a bit of a wake-up call from Irad Ortiz.
Well, hopefully he does line up in the starting gate next to Flightline. As we bring Maggie into this conversation, Maggie, it really is a special year to have so much excitement about the handicap division and such a deep bench with these older horses and the 3-year-olds waiting.
Keisha, it feels like there's been a bit of a drought in this division as far as superstars are concerned, but boy, do we have a superstar this year in Flightline, and many people, claiming he's a generational horse, and I can see why with his brilliance on the racetrack, and I wasn't a believer until he showed up for the Met Mile. You have to be able to take your show on the road every now and again, and he did, and he overcame adversity that day. Maybe it hasn't turned out to be the strongest field of recent memory, but maybe he's just that much better than the rest of his competition. Yes, he'll have to deal with life is good, but I think he's shown that he doesn't necessarily need the lead to be effective. He's just brilliantly fast, and we'll see. Yeah, it could set up well for Epicenter, but as I was saying yesterday, I think he is the best 3-year-old that we have, and it could set up well for him. I don't love the fact that this will be his first start in 2 months, and maybe he'll flourish on it. It could prove to be the opposite of what I'm thinking here, but he's a horse that seems to thrive on a consistent schedule throughout this 3-year-old campaign. I mean, he's the one that has run more than anybody this year, but we'll see. As I want to take a look, though, at this field that does include number 7, Balthazar, as your heavy favorite. Guys, I was at Parks, and so either of you are either covering his debut race. Was he freezing on the racetrack? Because he is very reluctant to walk forward. Now, he is wearing a hood to run in, and I know that the Bond Barn has been using this on many of their horses to run them in. So a horse that seems to have the propensity to be a little bit of a bad actor. You see Junior Alvarado having to encourage him frequently as they head back to the gate. Doesn't really want to go with his lead pony. Acacia, Richie, was this how he was first time out?
Richie, I think it was you in the paddock.
I was in the paddock, and he was not. He, was a little rambunctious when he went to the pony, but he was willing to go forward. And I have to be honest with you, the constant freezing, and I've been noticing it as well, looking out over our shoulders, Acacia, on the racetrack. He was not this obstinate about it first time out. Like I said, a little rambunctious when he first went to the pony, but then he actually did everything, fairly well. So this is a little bit out of character from his first start. At a short price, something you have to think about.
And when you have a 1,000-pound animal that doesn't want to go, it's not easy to get them going. And as a rider, what are some of the things you can do to have them continue to walk on?
Well, you saw Junior Alvarado had his feet out of stirrups, so using his heels a little bit, tapping him with the crop a little bit, kind of reminding him to go forward, and almost distracting him a little bit from whatever's making him a bit uncomfortable.
Going into the gate nicely now, race 3 off the turf. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
We are set to go in this off the turf race 3. And they're off. And a light came on top, broke on top, but now Balthazar moves on through to take over the lead. And it is Balthazar with the lead, opening up by 2 lengths. A light runs in second, and then Marinara Sauce in third as they move up the chute and head for the backstretch. It is Balthazar, the favorite, at 2-5, leading here by 1.5 lengths. A light is on the outside, and Marinara Sauce is down at the rail. As they continue along, it is Balthazar who ran the opening quarter mile over the good going in 25 seconds. Balthazar by 1.25 lengths. A light is second by 1/2 length. Marinara Sauce is down at the rail in third. So it is Balthazar controlling the pace here and leading by 1.5 lengths. The long shot in the field, a light, sits in second with Marinara Sauce next in third. The opening half-mile went in 49-1 as they go into the turn. It is Balthazar, but a light is moving up on the outside, and Marinara Sauce getting closer now down at the rail. Now Balthazar gets clear again. Balthazar by 1.5 lengths. A light and Marinara Sauce. Marinara Sauce takes second. Balthazar the leader. Marinara Sauce and a light. And they're at the top of the stretch. 3/4 went in 1:14-2. It is Balthazar who has opened up by 3. Marinara Sauce in second. And a light is third as they come down for the 16th pole. And it is Balthazar who has a 4-length lead now. And Balthazar will make it 2 for 2 in his career. Won here by 3.5 lengths. Then it was Marinara Sauce, and farther back, a light.
Well, once he got him to go forward. He couldn't get him to stop. Baldassar able to use that speed, though not breaking the sharpest here, Richie, but certainly the one who did prefer the main track.
Yeah, I mean, he broke maybe a half a step slow, was sent right up, took the lead. You saw Junior Alvarado keep him far removed from the inner rail until they cleared the chute. Young horse, second start. Why take a chance with the gap there and everything? And he just looked a winner every step. He may have not mind his manners 100% in the post parade, but this was a rocking chair ride. I should have called Jimmy Bonds. Let me just have one comeback. I think I could have rode Baldassar. A nice run for Marinara Sauce, too, trying a surface for the first time. Made a run at the winner who got everything his own way and looks like a quality kind of horse. But no doubt about the winner.
Marinara Sauce swapping his leads a little in the stretch as well, trying there every step of the way. No catching the winner, Baldassar. Junior Alvarado in the saddle. This could have been it, Richie. This could have been the comeback. You could have gotten this under your belt and then head on over, start your steeplechase career tomorrow at Far Hills.
The only race I would have run a ride tomorrow at Far Hills is the 2-mile John Forbes Memorial on the flat.
No jumps racing for you?
No.
No, maybe one day. Well, Baldassar, the winner there in the third race, as he was able to make it 2 for 2 in his career. Well spotted for trainer Jim Bond. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about looking after our thoroughbred athletes after their racing days are over, what the Retired Racehorse Project and Thoroughbred Makeover are doing to highlight all that OTTBs can do.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Look for his first weanlings selling this fall.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The public had it right in this off-the-turf third race. Baldassar, maybe he was a little bit obstinate on the track, not minding his manners so much before the race, but he was all business once they opened the gate and gets the win under Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, he was awfully good. He's beautiful striding gelded son of Honor Code. And Honor Code, AP Indy, his sire, kind of stamps them. They got a pretty distinctive kind of stride.
They got a lot of chrome, that's for sure. Junior Alvarado in the saddle. He's standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, they are often flashy types, Acacia. And Junior, I know Balthazar, he was a little obstinate in the post parade. When you're on one like that, I mean, what do you have to do to try to, he wasn't freezing in a nervous way. He was just saying, I don't really want to listen to you.
Yeah, exactly. That's why, they kind of told me, he's a horse, he has his own mind, he does stuff. He's like, he's not bad, so you can take him away from the pony. So I know he kind of froze with the pony there, and I'm thinking, like, I don't know if now I should go away. I don't know if he's going to put the brakes on me. But I could feel, under me, he's just doing it just to stop because he can, simple, because he's big and he can do it. And, I didn't feel any mean about him, so, then, we turn around, when I'm warming up, he warming up beautifully on his own, he got his confidence back. I just think he just probably, coming here, it's a lot sometimes for horses. The first time out, and horses, they only run once, So, but then after that, he handled beautiful the race, he was, much the best today.
Yeah, it was very easy for him once the gates opened in a race with only 2 other horses and jockeys. What's it like out there? Is it much more quiet when you're out there as a rider than, a race full of, 10, 12 horses?
I like a race better with 10 horses. I feel better with 10 horses. I don't know, those races with 3, 4, 5 horse fields, sometimes they get very tricky. They get sometimes even more complicated than, they actually look on paper. But, I just, he kind of, broke a little, slow out of there, hustling, but he was very quick out of there. Then after that, like I said, I just was a passenger after that.
Junior, we were talking a little bit about the Breeders' Cup Classic. I know a horse that you have to be excited, though, about riding is in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, and that's Cody's Wish. Upset winner up in Saratoga last time out against the very venerable and accomplished Jackie's Warrior. But just a horse that seems to be really coming to hand for you and the connections.
Yeah, definitely. That's a horse we're very high on him. And like I said, I just think going into the Breeders' Cup, he's coming right at the right time, the right progress that we wanted from him, and I think he's gonna run big. Billy Mull, he has done a wonderful job with that horse, and I'm pretty confident what he's gonna bring to the Breeders' Cup.
He's so good looking, so handsome. Wishing you the best of luck in about a month, but congratulations here with Balthazar.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Junior Alvarado, always a pleasure to catch up with him. Very articulate rider, Acacia. Always learn a lot from what he has to say after the races.
Couldn't agree more. Maggie describes things so well, too, especially the he's big and he can, and that's why he was doing it. Perfect way to put it.
I love that. He's Balthazar. He's big and strong, and he knows that he can. Yep. So, but Balthazar, 290, much the best as your favorite in this off-the-turf mile event. He actually finished pretty well, considering how slow they went early, the last quarter of a mile. Put his head down and ran on.
Yes, he did. Junior Alvarado, of course, as Maggie mentioned, with Cody's Wish coming up in the Breeders' Cup. Regular rider of Olympiad as well, who you would assume going to the Classic too. Turn the page, taking a look at what's coming up for race number 4, New York bred maiden claiming scheduled dirt race, 7 furlongs on the main track, and taking a look, Sinful Dancer currently 7-5 for Metkin Cantermasi, taking a drop in class. Before we get on to the next race, though, we'll talk a little bit more about what the Retired Racehorse Project and Thoroughbred Makeover have been doing to highlight the versatility, the will, and the incredible agility of off-track thoroughbreds. Take a look at a wonderful story of an athlete we'll get to follow during this wonderful event.
My horse is Guns of Steel. We affectionately call him Obi. He's a 10-year-old off-track thoroughbred. He retired in June of 2021 with 73 starts. He hit the board 34 times. Out of that 34, he came home the winner in 20.
This was an absolute blowout. Guns of Steel, embarrassing the competition.
His average take-home per start was $6,000 with an overall career win of $443,000, and he sold at Fasig Tipton as a yearling for $30,000.
He was very well loved in his racing career and now very well loved by his owner, Chelsea, and is hoping to be a competitive horse at the makeover this year. I'm Chelsea's teammate, so we'll compete him together.
The off-the-track thoroughbred just has the best brain. They love to come to work. They don't mind like what their job is, they just want a job. And they will show up 110% every single day. They have that special just spark about them that they're game to do whatever job that you want them to do, and they want to do it day in and day out. And I haven't found that consistently in any other breed of horse. He is actually my 5th off-the-track thoroughbred.
He is 10 years old, and he doesn't look a bit over 4. He is just gorgeous. The horse is a total knockout.
The makeover is honestly the happiest horse show on earth. And I think that's the best way to describe it, because it is a training competition, so there is competition, but I have never been to another horse show where every single competitor, every single person there, the volunteers, the spectators, the grooms, are cheering every other person on, because we're all there to show how amazing off-the-track thoroughbreds are in all of the disciplines. Just getting there is exciting, and everything else after that is just a cherry on top.
Cannot say enough good things about the Retired Racehorse Project and the Thoroughbred Makeover. Go to THERRP.org for more information. The event is going on now. It ends Saturday. If you didn't have a chance to see Whitmore in competitive trail yesterday, that was a really cool moment, and to see how well he's doing. I love this show and how it highlights the versatility of the thoroughbred.
Absolutely. Thoroughbreds just are so good at so many different disciplines, and I got the biggest kick out of Whitmore with the competitive trail riding, going through the water, and they're just so game, and they're so smart, and they're so athletic. And for years, I think Thoroughbreds might have gotten a bit of a bad rap that they run a little bit hot, a little bit high-strung. They are smart and game, and they can be taught any discipline.
Thoroughbreds used to be the it horse of the show world and really desirable until they kind of fell out of fashion in favor of the warm blood. And now I think with shows like the Thoroughbred Makeover, they're highlighting how great a thoroughbred is to be your next show horse. And I love seeing it. And we've seen a lot more thoroughbreds at high-level shows as well.
Absolutely. And I think it's coming full circle. You know, the people around me in the show world and my daughter working with them, people are wanting thoroughbreds and looking for off-the-track thoroughbreds. So it's a great outlet for horses that not only can be fast, they can be good at a lot of things.
Well, it's a perfect segue to a horse that started out as a racehorse on the flat and has found his new career. That's Snap Decision. He is a multiple Grade 1 winner now over the jumps, and he's going to look to win the Grand National tomorrow at Far Hills. Richie and I will be heading out to New Jersey, be joined by Joe Clancy. You can catch all of the action from Far Hills tomorrow on America's Day at the Races. Can't wait. So excited. Snap Decision's Grand Dam, a champion named Personal Ensign. That amazing Phipps pedigree, and he is now an 8-year-old and has turned out to be an amazing steeplechase runner. I'm going to take a quick pause here. I'm saying farewell. Lafitte Pinkai coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way here on America's Day at the Races.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
From Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York, this is America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Alongside champion jockey Richie Migliori, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Welcome to our viewers on Bally SoCal and San Diego. You're just in time for the Pick 6 right here, Belmont at the Big A. Richie, what are you looking forward to most the remainder of the afternoon?
Just to continue good racing on a beautiful day. We saw a couple of nice performances already. An interesting maiden $25,000 claiming race for New York breds. We got Ciccio Bello, the one horse, first time starter.
Pronunciation. If you can't say it, nobody can say it.
I actually looked it up. I'm not going to take credit. You showed me that site where you get the exact pronunciation. So.
All my tricks. It's an Italian
doll.
Like manufacturer or something along those lines?
Yeah, and it's supposed to teach children how to care for an infant.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah. Cicciabella a little bit later on this afternoon, along with everything you'll see on the screen. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As promised, Pick 6 about to get underway. Featured event, Race 8, second running at the Glen Cove. Late change off the turf, as you may have heard. Main track is good. No turf racing whatsoever. All that coming your way on America's Day at the Races. Field for the Glen Cove. Just the second running, $120,000 purse. You see the defections. Let's take a look at half is enough, Richie, because there is main track form there. Trevor McCarthy in the saddle. Half is enough. And chasing the likes of Hot Peppers in the victory ride at Belmont early July.
Yeah, half is enough. Started her career 3 straight wins before running second in the victory ride, and a very game effort to a nice filly in Hot Peppers. To me, she is the horse that's been most aided by the change in surface. 5 half is enough. She ran on the turf in the Galway, ran even. Last time you could forgive the Prioress was a grade 2, considerably tougher than what she's going to be facing today. And she's well drawn what I perceive as the other speeds outside them.
That's coming up in the Glen Cove on the main track. Just a reminder, in case you haven't joined, sign up today. NYRABets.com, and when you do so, use that promo code MATCH200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NYRABets.com, to earn your $200 deposit match. Updated odds, race 4. New York bred $25,000 maiden claimer. 7/8 of a mile. Current favorite at 3-2. Number 5, if I can find the race. Shoddy. With about 8 minutes to post. Make that sinful dancer at 3-2 as we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale, standing by with this race 4 Paddock Report.
Lafitte Cicciabello. I leave it to the Italians on the show to say those kind of names, but I like the horse here as he shows up first time out for Derek Ryan, who can get a firster to run well, especially when he ships him here. As he had a winner here last week too. And this guy, big, good-looking son of Bellamy Road, there is a little bit of precocity in the bottom side of the family. This guy looks fit. 7 furlongs is a good place to start, although he might want to go a bit further. He is wearing front wraps at first asking, but in a field of some of them being proven losers, as your favorite is, we'll see if lucky number 13 for Sinful Dancer's the charm here, Lafitte, but I like the looks of this firster.
Should change the name of the condition. Maiden claimer to proven loser. That work for you, Mig? Cicciabella pictured at 3-1, then Tuesday's Child with Jose Gomez aboard. He's been competitive at the level.
Competitive at the level, but has had a lot of opportunities, just as the favorite has.
Sight unseen in 2 races. He's beat 2 horses.
And gets a complete makeover. Blinkers on, first time gelding. They're pulling out all stops today to see if they can get him to run.
McCart, He's had trouble getting out of the blocks.
Yeah, and he looks like a horse that could be a bit difficult to ride as well. Has a propensity to lug in at times, doesn't break well. I'm looking elsewhere.
Sinful Dancer, the favorite. Katawasi Brothers saddled the winner yesterday.
You're taking the blinkers off for a horse that's 0 for 12, 5 seconds, 2/3. And he looks like he likes to run alongside horses, Lafitte.
Clash AJ is out. Secret Sanctuary in. It's been an uphill climb to this point.
Yeah, horses only run on turf, but the mare has produced 2 dirt winners, so this horse is trying dirt for the first time.
Just saying, if you called them like proven losers, it could be incentive to get out of the maiden ranks, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that if you want a stranger here, you got to gravitate to the first-time starter, Ciccio Bello. Good works. The mare won on debut, so that's the precocity that Maggie was talking about on the female side of the family. She has had only one other foal that, to win, and that horse was 3 for 50, so that's not a glowing endorsement. But do I really want to hope that the baker's dozen is the charm for the 5 Sinful Dancer?
Could say he's due. 3-2, though, a lot to concede. Eric Cancel in the saddle. This race for New York bred maidens. Pick 6 gets started here. Sunday, the feature, the Floral Park for now scheduled for grass, 6 furlong sprint, a field of 10, and kept waiting. Contender, 2-1. Frank's Rocket, though, on the outside looking in, would be 3-5, but the morning line favorite kept waiting with the Rad Ortiz at 2-1. That's Sunday's Floral Park. Take a look at kept waiting. And part of the reason kept waiting is the 2-1 favorite for the Floral Park. Late September, right at us right here, tracking the leaders as they turn for home.
Yeah, he's going to tip out to the clear, get over to her right lead, and then just find another gear. And this was a really nice performance from her. A filly that's shown that she can run on dirt as well, but certainly this turf effort kind of points her out. And, listen, Frank's Rocket would be a prohibitive favorite if that was to rain off the grass, but I think we're kind of done with the rain.
Looks like it.
For the moment.
Spun Glass, Fergal Lynch to ride, 8-1 on the morning line. Some good turf stakes racing this weekend. Again, if the weather continues as predicted, Spun Glass here at Colonial Downs. Winner, I believe, coming off, it's a complete cavalry charge turning for home, Richie.
Yeah, and you can see she's very comfortable in game, running into and through traffic. She's going to find her seam here. Some horses will hesitate through gaps like that. I mean, it's such a comfort for a jockey. It makes a jockey's job so much easier when you know your horse is brave, and they'll help you get in the spot and they'll also help you get out of the spot. But she really finished well here. One thing I think you're going to have to keep an eye on, even though the weather's cooperating now, we had a soaking rain, and there is going to be some give to the ground, and I think you want to give a little bit more credence to horses that have shown an affinity for a little cut or softness in the ground.
Something to keep in mind. Dylan Davis will ride Too Sexy, 4-1 on the morning line. This exciting edition of the Floral Park. Lady Edith, 9-5 in the morning line. Too Sexy, though, with Dylan Davis, who will ride mid-October. Too Sexy does the best running from off the pace.
Yeah, and she's got quite a bit to do here. You could see kind of waiting for room before having to tip out. You don't want to come out too soon off the corner, but then she got to ease all the way to the clear, and this is what differentiates good turf horses to average turf horses. Acceleration. We refer to it in the industry as turn of foot, and that just means a horse has the ability to turn it into another gear. That was another gear right there.
Really turning it on late, and as Richie mentioned, for some of these turf stakes races and the Sands Point tomorrow afternoon, that give in the ground is something to really keep in mind in terms of the handicapping, trying to figure out who's going to emerge victorious in these turf stakes races this weekend. Maggie, we have a late scratch here in the fourth race.
Yeah, Lafitte, Ciccio Bello, when I watched him warm up, he really didn't warm up. And so we do see a late scratch of him here, and he was taking money. So he will be off the board momentarily as we see the guys changing the numbers on the board. So Ciccio Bello will not participate today. Do want to talk about number 3 in here, Sight Unseen, as he gets a bit of a makeover for this drop in class in his third start. Comes out of actually a decent 40 in which he didn't do much running, but the second and third place finishers came back to win. And he comes back as a new gelding, gets a fairly significant blinker on too, and just seems sharp in here. So not that he's necessarily going to be the speed. I can see him being more forward, which could help his chances, and comes in here looking really fit. Do want to mention McCart got a really aggressive warm-up from Kendrick Carmouche, as you guys were saying, does not love to get out of the gate, but Kendrick's trying everything he can here with his 7 minutes on him prior to going in the gate to keep him sharp, keep him in the bridle, keep that blood flowing. And I don't love the race that he comes out of, but I will say, as far as quality, but he was wired that day by Jay Stalker. So I think Kendrick is the right guy on his back to hopefully get him to show a bit more, Lafitte.
Eye on McCart right from the start, how he breaks this afternoon with Kendrick Carmouche. Jonathan Kinchin is with us, joining us from Austin. JK, I understand your selection scratched in this one, Clash AJ, so we can either talk UT football or you can pivot to another. What's it going to be?
No, I'll pivot to the favorite here. I mean, look, it's 2-5. But if you look at the past performances of Sinful Dancer, there's just better races. This horse has run faster races. And the Cantor Mossie's obviously a very capable barn, especially when horses switch to their barn. When horses switch to their barn for the first time, I know this isn't the first time, but for the first time, they are 19%. 50 wins out of 262 attempts when a horse switches to their barn. So it just makes me feel like that last one was kind of a test drive. I still expect this horse to run well in here, back to the level where the horse was second for George Weaver. So I think taking the blinkers off, being drawn towards the outside, being the fastest horse in about 3 or 4 races on paper, I think Sinful Dancer is going to be very likely to get his picture taken here in about a minute and 45 seconds.
A pretty tame shirt. You getting conservative on me? I don't know how to translate his silence.
I think he saves the good stuff when he's on site in Saratoga.
The 40 different shirts, 40 days of racing. Just wondering, we can't have him getting conservative on us. Getting ready for this pick 6 and an odds-on favorite, Sinful Dancer at 3-5. Chichabella, the first-time starter, is out. Of course, Clash AJ, another contender. So the complexion of the race changing here, Richie, and for that reason, part of the reason the price continues to plummet on Sinful Dancer odds on.
Yeah, listen, I was looking for a stranger. Obviously, Chichabella didn't warm up very well. And that's, one of the safety protocols put in place is there's an examining veterinarian at the starting gate. They don't like the way the horse is warming up. They're a little bit too stiff. The rider doesn't like something. Horse is automatically scratched. He'll have to go through, a certain set of protocols to be eligible to race again. Including working out for the vet in the morning to their satisfaction. And there is one of our examining veterinarians, like I said, they're always on site, eagle-eyed, keeping an eye on things. And it's up to the rider, too, to communicate.
That was my next question, what's that communication like between rider and vet?
Yeah, I mean, if a rider doesn't like something, even if it's not visual, a rider could feel things sometimes that people can't see from the ground. And it's up to the rider. The rider's the last stopgap if a horse isn't 100%. It hurts the betting public. It hurts the horses. It hurts the competition. Who wants to be in there with a horse that's not 100% fit or sound?
Not asking you to name names, but then the conversation that follows up with a trainer from a jockey after you've scratched a horse. How often is the trainer, would you say, in agreement, like okay with the call the rider just made?
Your best horsemen are in agreement with it. Even if you've erred on the side of caution, better to bring the horse home, go over him, make sure he's 100%, he or she's 100%, before you have them compete. Now you have trainers that want to go off and yell at the rider, and this horse is 100%, and they tell the rider they have no heart and silly things of this nature, and that's silly. Nobody rides 1,000-pound animals in tight quarters going 40 miles an hour if they don't have heart.
As you said, the best horseman, very understanding of the situation, and the rider making that call in the best interest of the welfare of the racehorse.
The best thing is when you're a young rider, you're worried about it, and you're making excuses, and you're apologizing. When you become an older rider, then find somebody else. I don't care.
Here, let's see what happens with the favorite, Eric Cancel aboard Sinful Dancer. Final check of the toe board reading 3-5. Time for the Friday pick 6. Bellin at the Big A. Here's Johnny Embrial.
they're off. Secret Sanctuary from the outside. Now Sight Unseen moves on through. Tuesday's Child at the rail. 3 of them across for the lead. Sinful Dancer, the favorite, sits off of them and is now moving up on the outside. And then Macart, the trailer, in 5th up the back stretch. Tuesday's Child is the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Secret Sanctuary, and on the extreme outside is Sinful Dancer, and Sight Unseen is right there. The quarter in 23 and 3. Macart continues to trail. It is Tuesday's Child, challenged now by Sight Unseen. Also moving up, Secret Sanctuary and Sinful Dancer, 4 of them across the track, with Macart in 5th. They go around the far turn, and now Tuesday's Child is dropping out of it. It is Sight Unseen and Sinful Dancer, and the 2 of them are right together. Macart moves up on the outside into 3rd. Secret Sanctuary now back and forth, and Tuesday's Child is the trailer. The half mile in 47 seconds, and it is Sight Unseen who has the lead here over Sinful Dancer. Sight Unseen is clear by almost 4 lengths. Macart is moving up on the outside as they come for the 16th pole. It is Sight Unseen with the lead. Then Macart and Sinful Dancer. They're coming on for the finish, and Sight Unseen will pull off the upset in the first leg of today's Pick 6.
14-1 to be exact. Mark Hennig had Sight Unseen ready to roll. Upset here. Maggie gave you some reasons to perhaps expect a performance like that. He graduates. The favorite, meanwhile, Richie, spinning his wheels when it counted most.
Yeah, listen, Sight Unseen did get that makeover. Blinkers on, first time gelding. That's the ultimate equipment change. And this horse made the lead. Lower level horses sometimes get more confidence. They discourage their rivals. The 4 Macart and the 5 Sinful Dancer both got off to what I would term bumbling beginnings. They didn't break very well.
That's been Macart.
That's been Macart. Sinful Dancer, it happened to him too, and it was interesting. He made a run at the winner, backed off, looked like he was going to be completely eased almost, and then he jumped back into the bit when Macart got next to him. Keep an eye on the break. 2 horses in the middle. Both broke kind of slow. Looked like they got squeezed in. Horses are like water. They run to empty space. Compromised both of their chances, but when Sight Unseen was able to get so comfortable just off the lead in the clear, he was basically traveling well under Jorge Vargas the entire way.
I know, not trying to produce from the set. If we can perhaps see the head on the break, that would be helpful here. You're going to see a stumble, a bobble, and then a lot of congestion. The head on really revealing of what took place, specifically with the favorite right out of the start with Sinful Dancer and Macart, who well documented pre-race that this has been his issues getting out of the blocks clean.
Yeah, not so much for Sinful Dancer, who has broken much better than previously. So, it will be interesting to see the head on to see exactly what took place. It did look like he was a half a jump slow at the break, though. But I think more than anything, this bears out. Sinful Dancer ran up alongside Unseen and was very happy to be there and not go by him.
Take us through the play-by-play, Richie.
Yeah, keep an eye on the 4 and the 5 here. They break. He bobbled a bit at the break, and then the inside horses came out and basically took their ground. Now, it looks like the winner, the 3 Sight Unseen, is the one who came out taking their ground. But the stewards allow a lot of room for error leaving the starting gate, and it's very rare to see disqualifications out of the gate, although I don't 100% agree with that. I think riders can do better out of the gate and be more responsible out of the gate.
Penalty in the first quarter should be a penalty in the fourth quarter, or vice versa. If Byron didn't get taken down in the Breeders' Cup Classic, nobody's getting taken down for anything that happens with these horses leaving the starting gate.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that you could be in a more egregious example of a gate foul. And, stewards go by this rule of thumb, well, it's at the break, so they give them all that leverage, right? As a former rider, I'm here to tell you there's a lot more you can do to keep a horse straight or straighten a horse out that does break hard left or right. But human nature, if I've been shut off 4 or 5 times leaving the gate and nothing's been done about it, what's my motivation for straightening my horse up if he breaks left or right?
There isn't one.
Exactly.
And the riders go out there, kind of police themselves. You see that bumping all the time. In this case, Sight Unseen takes full advantage in race 4 on this gorgeous day in New York City. And when we come back, he's calling it a career. Trainer Rich Schosberg, after 35 years, he says it's time, but he'll remain close to the sport, close to the horses. Thoroughbred Aftercare is passion. President of Take Two and Take the Lead retirement programs.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Perfect day for thoroughbred racing. You're watching America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Big ball game taking place in the Bronx. Good horse racing in Queens. In sight unseen at a price 14-1 to kick out the pick 6.
Yeah, got the makeover. Blinkers on, first time gelding, showed improved speed. Jorge Vargas aboard for Mark Hennig and gets it done. I think he had some willing competition to finish second and third. Horses just don't have a winning profile.
Not so much. Not so much. Trainer Mark Hennig, our thanks for the tweet telling us the racing was off the turf bright and early this morning. A trip to the winner's circle. Good karma. Turn the page. Race 5. Start of the late pick 5. Off the turf on the main track. Main track is fast. Main track is fast now. Same distance, mile and 3/16, $62,500 optional claimer. Current favorite, Shoddy, 9-5, with about 21 minutes to post. Now, trainer Rick Schosberg, he doesn't have a horse in this race coming up very shortly, but kind of a renaissance man, so he's probably doing something important somewhere. He can do it all. Train thoroughbreds, just announced his retirement. Very good analyst on television, as you'll see tomorrow afternoon, and still somehow finds time to give back to the sport.
A racing career can be 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years at the most. They live to 20. The take the lead segment of the initiative is what I do, okay? And we basically transition racehorses from the racetrack into aftercare facilities. We'll get the process started on paper, we'll take some videos, we'll gather up all the medical information, and then set up a profile, and then we'll contact the aftercare facilities. We have a wave of horses that leave the grounds, and there's 5 in the on-deck circle and 4 in the hole, if you use a baseball analogy. Nice looking little filly. She's got a little bit of a tendon issue that should heal up in about 90 days. One of our older horses, Saul the Freud, who actually I trained, everybody trained him. He was a New York bred. He's been through up and down the claiming ranks and always put in a great effort. He's a candidate for warhorse now. And I said, what a perfect horse, because he was a warhorse. He's a perfect type to help with our military veterans with PTSD. Thoroughbreds already had this innate ability to learn new things. Starting gait, big track, little track, jog the wrong way, go the right way. You're going to learn something new. They already know, they're already processed for that. Take two part of our initiative is a hunter and jumper thoroughbreds only league, if you will. And to be able to see what these horses can do once they're rehabilitated and retrained and adopted out, and to see them in the Take Two competitions doing jumps or dressage or a polo pony. Riders are doing handstands and backflips off. I mean, this is really, really cool. What we've tried to put forth and to get through to all the horsemen. I've been training horses since 1988 on my own. Call us one race early, call us one workout early, okay? If you think something's going, if you think something's going awry, and there's a chance that your horse may have an issue in the future, call us before that. Instead of trying to get one more race or one more workout or something like that, we can expedite this process within a week and get that horse into an aftercare situation.
Told the blood horse that's his passion. Rick Schosberg, everything he does in terms of aftercare, celebrating the Albany win this summer at Saratoga, retiring from training after 35 years.
You know, there are a lot of people that are good horse trainers, good horsemen and women. And then there are a lot of people that are really great champions of the horses themselves. Rick Schosberg's the only person I know that is both. A tremendous horse trainer, tremendous horseman, and a true champion of the horse. And the energy that he has put into that while maintaining a thriving stable as a trainer, which is an all-encompassing job, has been amazing.
There's only so many hours in a day.
Yeah, and I don't know how he fit as much as he did in a single day. He'll be missed as a trainer, and I had the great privilege of riding his very first winner as a trainer, a mare called Tim's Lady, which he kept for the rest of her life and took care of her. But he's going to be around, and hopefully doing more of this, and obviously continuing with his passionate dedication to the horses.
Such an emphasis on Thoroughbred Aftercare and Rick Schosberg, everything he's done for these thoroughbreds once they've retired from racing, saying it's time to retire from training. Congratulations on a terrific training career. And again, he'll be on set tomorrow afternoon right here with us on America's Day at the races. We'll step aside momentarily. When we come back, time for the pick 5. In case the pick 6 didn't work out for you, 14-1 shot to kick off the sequence. The 5th, Belmont at the Big A. They'll get that gate from behind those trees, put it in place, post time 16 minutes.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started. NairaBets.com today. Odds update race 5. Allowance optional claimer off the turf on the main track. Main track listed as fast. No distance change. Mile and 3/16. Shoddy. 8 to 5 with 13 minutes to post. And tomorrow, you don't want to miss this. The prestigious Far Hills race meet. What a scene, what a party. One day only, live on-site coverage. Acacia, Richie, Joe Clancy, thanks for the invitation, guys. 5 graded stakes races from Moreland Farm in Far Hills, New Jersey, tomorrow on Fox Sports 2. Field for the main event, Grade 1 Grand National, 2 5/8 miles, far. Number 2, Snap Decision. 8 to 5, morning line favorite, and this is part of the reason why. Jonathan Shepard at Saratoga, Richie, Snap Decision, strolling home in a Grade 1 event.
Yeah, I mean, there was no pace on at all here in the Jonathan Shepard, so they allowed him to just gallop to the lead. I think he's a horse better with a target. I think he kind of got caught up with the same tactics in the Lonesome Glory, where the pace was much, much faster, and he was carrying 168 pounds. And a tremendous ride from Noah in the Arc by Harrison Beswick, who went all in after him. And it's hard for us carrying a lot of weight to kind of jump in and re-rally with that. But they're all carrying equal weight this time. And what I love about Snap Decision is his pedigree. All of that really strong Phipps blood. Salute the mare. Herb Dam was a personal ensign. You know, a champion that needs no introduction, who's been an incredible broodmare. So that stamina-based influence from the pedigree coming down to Snap Decision, I'm really excited to watch him run.
Why he can go out there and be effective at 5 miles, seemingly. A huge day of steeplechase at Far Hills. And Richie, you're going to be there with Acacia and Joe Clancy. What are you looking forward to most?
Well, I'm getting down there tomorrow morning, and Sean Clancy and myself are going to walk the course. I'm going to get a real idea of what it is, and I'm looking forward to that. This is racing in its purest form, the sport of it, and being outside on a brilliant autumn day, and I'm going to get paid for it. That's me. I mean, that's all me.
What are you talking about? You get paid? You get paid for this? Far Hills race meeting, one day only, tomorrow right here on America's Day at the Races. Not quite that many people in the paddock here. Belmont at the Big A, but we do have a late pick 5 coming up. Race 5 field, updated odds off the turf of the main track. Maggie Wolfendale standing by with this Race 5 paddock report.
I gotta say, I'm a little jealous too, Lafitte. If you've never been to a hunt meet, you don't even know what you're missing when it comes to the tailgating that goes on there. It is 5-star quality, as we'll take a look at a few runners in the field here, beginning with one that was entered in the body of the race, and getting back to the dirt here for Mike Makers, number 10, Girl Dad. And as I often say, when it comes to Kentucky Downs, what happens at Kentucky Downs can stay there. Whether the horse runs well or runs poorly, I never put too much credence into it, because it takes a certain horse to be able to handle that kind of horse and course. And Girl Dad isn't necessarily your prototype to be successful there. He's a bit of a bigger, heavier type just naturally. But with that being said, this is one of the more fit times I've seen him. And going back to the race in which he really surprised me and winning, going 1.25 miles there at Saratoga, I think he could be competitive in this off-the-turf event. I like what I'm seeing from him. Obviously at 7-2, some other people are as well, but he just makes a lot of sense. And I just feel as though this is actually one of the more fit times I've seen him, so therefore he might find it easier, even more so on the main track. Number 11, Kinetic Sky, as Linda Rice has 2 here off the claim and put in good spots. I mean, both of them are raising a bit here off the claim, and both of them coming in off of fast wins. Though Kinetic Sky out of the conditional non-3, he is one that was a heavy prohibitive favorite. It was a bad field, though, to be fair. So I don't know how he's necessarily going to stack up, but I do think Linda found the right spot for him, and he looks fantastic here. She does bring him back off a somewhat, short rest, but when Linda does this, she often is successful. He's a big, burlier type of horse. I like the distance for him. I think longer is better for him ultimately. So I think Kinetic Sky, at least of the two Linda Rice horses, and both of them obviously pose a threat here, I just prefer the appearance of that runner. Levine?
So Kinetic Sky on looks, Maggie, prefers of the two Rice runners. Kinetic Sky 235, both entered main track only. Mile and 3/16, and still at 2-1 is the favorite. Shoddy, 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 the first one you'll see in the post parade. Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy. There he is emerging. Name everybody loves to say. Jose Ortiz rides 2-1, 8 minutes out.
He's a turf horse. He's run two okay races on the dirt, and the ground was wet, but feel like that price is going to drift up. He should not be the favorite.
You'd be surprised if he's favored at post time.
Yes.
Yes, Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy. Laughing Boy, winless in 5 tries this year.
Yeah, but has races that are certainly good enough. He's the only horse in the field to have won at this distance on the dirt as well.
Just talking about stamina, here's a girl dad, Saratoga's John's Call winner.
Yeah, and an off-the-turf event there, so you know he handles the distance no problem.
Kinetic Sky, first after the claim, Linda Rice.
I think the race goes through the two main track onlys. They got exactly what they were hoping for, the race to come off the turf.
There's 235, first after the claim. Owned and trained by Linda Rice.
Yeah, these are my kind of horses. 12-time winner, 11-time second, 6 thirds, shows up every time, fights you for it. Lunch pail horse, I call them. They bring their lunch pail, they go to work.
Blue collar, shows up, does his thing. Field for the 5th of 9, Belmont at the Big A. Late pick 5 starts here. Meantime, time's running out. Belmont at the Big A. Saturday contests are back better than ever. Naira Bets have added $2,000 to the prize pool. Register now to win cash, prizes, seats in the next week's $300 contest. Registration ends in less than an hour. Less than an hour. Let's check that. No, a little bit longer. 5 Eastern. 5 Eastern until it closes. Visit naira.com/contests to learn more. JK, how do you see this 5th race unfolding with all the changes and scratches, defections, and surface switch?
Yeah, I mean, the surface switch is something that you have to take into account, and very often it feels like people just look at turf form and say, oh, this is the best horse on turf, so I'm going to bet that horse. And that's what's happening a little bit with Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy. Talented horse, but they're not running on grass. They're running on dirt. This horse has a couple of dirt races where just, as a classy horse, shows up, hits the board, but I don't want anything to do with Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy right here. I like the 11 Kinetic Sky. It's a horse that has some tactical speed, is drawn towards the outside, has some numbers on the dirt that make him extremely competitive in here, and you're getting a fair enough price because I feel like they're misbetting the 5 in here. So the 11 Kinetic Sky will be my top choice in here. But another horse I think is interesting is the 8 Laughing Boy, another horse that could drop or could kind of climb up a little bit. And something I've seen happen very often in these off-the-turf races with a horse like the 8 Laughing Boy. There's the morning line, which is the prediction that David Aragona has of what the final odds are going to be. But he made that prediction with this race being on the turf. So when people look over at Laughing Boy, I think the novice player says, oh, this horse is 20-1 morning line, probably doesn't have a great shot. Well, David Aragona, who makes the morning line, can't put 20-1 on the grass, 4-1 on the dirt. I think sometimes those horses get a little bit ignored. I think Laughing Boy might creep up a little bit from the 4-1, and his dirt form puts him right there in the mix.
That's a good point. JK and Andy Serling, who will be on a little bit later, points this out very often, Richie, when it comes to off-the-turf races. At first glance, well, the field is smaller, and we're not getting the price I like on this particular horse, and that they'll shy from these types of races. But he says a closer look would reveal that these races offer terrific value and betting opportunities because the wagering can be a little funky given the surface switch.
Yeah, people have to adjust with the surface switch. So I agree with the way Jonathan explained it. I thought the 12 made a lot of sense. The 11, obviously.
Yeah, this was his latest, right here, late September, 235. Like wide throughout, losing ground, but traveling well, and he's going to finish strong.
Well, it feels like he ran a mile and 3/16 this day, didn't he? I mean, he was caught pretty much wide the entire way, and finished resolutely. And it's not a big field, a long run from the 16th pole at Aqueduct to the first turn, so he should have time to find his position going forward. And he makes a lot of sense to me. He's my top selection again. Admittedly, I am a guy who likes horses that are this kind of honest, that just show up, and if they're going to beat them, they're going to make you work for it. Kinetic Sky is in good form. Another one, happy to get off the turf, making the first start, leaving a good barn, going to a good barn.
This was his most recent, September 24th, right here. Kinetic Sky, and utilizing that same 3-wide stalking trip as 235 in this win.
Yeah, and he was much the best. Now, this was, a $35,000 claimer. Maggie alluded to the fact it was a restricted 35, a condition to it. Non-winners of 3 in a life. So, as opposed to 235, who has 12 lifetime wins, Kinetic Sky has 3 coming into this. Now, I'm not saying he doesn't have the ability to win it. I just prefer horses with that more seasoning, more W's under their name, and horses that have been through the battle. I think out of the 235s, the one a little bit more battle tested. Something we got to talk about a little bit too, about the 8 Laughing Boy.
Sure.
His last race leaves a lot to be desired. Lowest buyer figure, beaten double digits. He's racing at Gulfstream Park, South Florida in August. And some horses don't do as well in the kind of feet that anybody who's been down in Florida in August can attest to. And this horse is one at the distance, and I like his recent works at Belmont Park.
130 degrees and oppressive humidity is a valid excuse, is what you're saying.
For some of them.
We check in with Maggie for more on Laughing Boy. A little cooler here this afternoon for him.
Little cooler, Lafitte, but there's no humidity, to be fair. But the sun is brilliant today, and it's definitely keeping things warm, as I'm sure you guys are a little warm up there in what is the greenhouse effect going on in Equestrius. But number 8 in here, Laughing Boy, yes, his races for his previous connections do make him a legitimate contender in here, and as Mig pointed out, the distance seems ripe for him to pluck. A mile and 3/16, it feels like it's right up his alley, not a distance we often see run here at Aqueduct. We don't often see many races carded for the 2 turns here anyway, but he is very fit, very lean. I'm not necessarily familiar with these connections. I feel a little bit more just confident and giving my opinion when I kind of know somebody's horses a bit more than I know Mr. Goodman's. So he looks okay, and I will say that I feel like he was a part of a pressured pace last time that ultimately came back at Gulfstream. I'll just take the wait-and-see approach. So, and Lafitte, I really feel as though they have the right favorite in 235, though I'm going to go with the horse that was entered for the turf. I just feel as though Girl Dad's last dirt race makes him a legitimate player this time around.
Girl Dad, Maggie's top selection currently 9-2. Another look at Laughing Boy. Little nip at the pony there. J.K. said, look at his dirt form. Could be a player in here. 3-1. And on the outside, 235. Linda Rice with the 2 serious contenders, both first after the claim. Kinetic Sky, 235. It all came together, as you mentioned, with the weather. Entered main track only. Here they are on the main track.
Yeah, this is exactly what they were hoping for. Entered with that, foresight. There's a lot of trainers try to be meteorologists too and play the weather and figure out, where they might get an advantage.
Another look here as they get closer to the start for this 5th race. Late pick 5 about to get underway. Had a 14-1 shot to kick off the pick 6. Far outside, 235 at 2-1. From a pace standpoint, what are you looking at? Who do you think is in front when they hit the first turn of this mile and 3/16, same distance as the Preakness Journey?
I think it's going to be the 8 or the 11. Laughing Boy, the 8, depending on what Eric can't sell, the tactics he tries to employ. It's sometimes, when Eric's riding his best, he's aggressive. There's times when he's just not aggressive. Jose Lezcano is consistently aggressive on the 11 Kinetic Sky, and he's coming out of good one-turn races. So I do think that's your pace right there, depending on the tactics employed. 235 should be stalking from the outside. That's the way it looks on paper anyway. We all know when the gates open, things can change.
Marching towards the starting gate. In case you're just joining us, a late change, or at least in the last couple of hours when the feature was taken off the turf, the Glen Cove. What goes into that decision in terms of the racetrack, how much communication is there, maintenance, the jockeys, the guys who are actually out there riding? And in this case, we were hoping to see the Glen Cove on grass, but in the end, the decision was made to change surfaces.
Well, first and foremost, is the safety of the horses and the riders. If the course is, just too soft or too slippery, they're not going to race on it. Now, the amount of rain we had, I was not surprised to hear that those 3 races were taken off. But if it's questionable, where it looks like we can do it, but the course might take a little bit of a beating, I think it comes down to what kind of protection do you have in the race, meaning how many of these horses will stay in the race and compete on the dirt. We saw a race earlier today, scratched down to 3.
Right.
I was just surprised with the timing of the Glen Cove being taken off the grass. If it happened this morning, I don't think anybody would have been askance of it. But the fact that it was so late kind of makes us go, well, why did it take so long to make that decision?
On the main track now, race number 8, the feature Glen Cove. Here, late pick 5 about to get underway. 5 of them, mile and 3/16. Johnny I with the loading call, post time 5th race. Belmont at the Big A.
Set for the start of race 5. And they're off. And it is Girl Dad along with Laughing Boy. Kinetic Sky on the outside runs in 3rd. 235 is 4th in the early going, and then Shorty is down towards the rail. And the 5 of them go into the clubhouse turn. And it is Laughing Boy with the lead here. Laughing Boy by a little more than a length. And sitting in 2nd is Girl Dad with Kinetic Sky on the outside through a quarter in 24 and 1. Shorty has moved up into 4th, and to his outside is 235. The field is on the backstretch now, and it is Laughing Boy in front by almost 2. Girl Dad in 2nd, Kinetic Sky on the outside in 3rd. Shorty now getting closer in 4th, and 235 is the trailer. Midway up the backstretch. Laughing Boy leads here by a half length with Girl Dad in between horses. Kinetic Sky on the outside. The half went in 49 and 4. It is still Laughing Boy in front here by a length. Girl Dad continues to run along in 2nd. Shorty, and Kinetic Sky, they're right together, 3rd and 4th. 235 is 5th. The field is going around the far turn now, 3/4 up in 1, 14 and 4. Laughing Boy by a half length as Girl Dad now gets closer. Now Girl Dad is right alongside of Laughing Boy. The 2 of them are together. Kinetic Sky's on the outside in 3rd. Shorty in behind in 4th. And then 235 off the turn into the stretch. It is a Laughing Boy challenged here on the outside by Girl Dad. Shorty looks to rally down at the rail. Then Kinetic Sky. 235 is now putting in a late run. Anybody's race as they head for the 16th pole. And it is Kinetic Sky and Shorty down at the rail. And then 235, Shorty, and Kinetic Sky, and a photo finish. A photo finish after a mile and 3/16 in this off the turfer.
Exciting driving finish. Kinetic Sky, Shorty, hitting the wire simultaneously.
Well, Shorty, the turf horse, couldn't have run any better. Don't know if he won or lost the bob. We'll keep an eye on it as he gets close to the wire. Kinetic Sky, terrific effort from him. Well, I tell you what, Shorty got the best end of that bob. We'll wait for the photo, but it sure looked like he stuck his nose out at just the right moment. Good horse race. Any one of 5 could have won at the 8th pole. Go back and watch this replay. It was the riders that saved ground and got their position the right way that were there at the wire. Kinetic Sky got his position going forward, was laying 3rd. 235 was last, inexplicably last, and you can make the case he was best after having to kind of steady and tip out. And Shorty did get his nose down on the line first. A horse that I honestly downgraded with the surface switch, but he did get a beautiful trip, saving every inch of ground under Jose Ortiz to get it done. Tough bob if you had the 11 Kinetic Sky, and a tough trip for the 12 235, who never was in a position to win the race.
Watching live, real time, I thought Kinetic Sky won, and it wasn't necessarily all that close. And then the replay showing the nose bob, shoddy. Okay, closer than we thought. And then the low-level angle, clearly shoddy. Perfect head bob. 5, 11, 12, 10. Shoddy at 7-2 to kick off the late pick 5. Results, reaction when we come back.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Gorgeous day, South Ozone Park. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today, where the grass horse proves he can handle the main track. Everyone posing for pictures. Shoddy. Jorge Abreu, winning trainer. The 4-year-old gelding, third lifetime win, Jose Ortiz. Right on the money, picking off Kinetic Sky. What a head bob. Shoddy. 980 for the victory. 5, 11, 12 in the 5th. Down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with his winning trainer, that's Jorge Abreu, Shoddy. And Jorge, a horse that you opted to leave in, though he'd never been on fast dirt. Talk a little bit about, watching him train and him giving you the clues that he could be competitive here.
Well, I ran him off the turf races, a couple of races in the past, stake races, and it was some really good dirt horses. They're in the main track only that you're winning. Today, I was a little concerned because Linda horse looked good on paper, but the horse could handle the dirt okay. And I think the distance might be helping this horse out a lot too.
Talk a little bit, too, about just the ride that Jose Ortiz gave him, coming up the rail. You always get a little nervous when your horse is the last. Is he handling the surface? So talk about kind of what you saw from his ride throughout the race.
Well, Jose been having a pretty good connection with this horse. He's 2 for 2 now on him. He rode him perfect on the turf, and today I think he gave him a great ride. At the quarter pole, I was a little, nervous because I say, why are you going to go inside? He's so big, or you need somebody to stop, and then you get checked. But he gave him a great ride, and the horse really responded for him really well.
You said he's so big. How tall is he? He's one of the more taller horses that we have running right now. I mean, he's nearly 17 hands.
He's 17-1.
Oh my gosh, that is really tall. To the Goichmans who have owned and bred this horse, talk a little bit about training them and operations that send you generational, horses.
Well, we've been pretty lucky since day one. We've been having a good run. Up and down like this game goes out. You got a good time, bad time, but they let me do whatever I want to do with them. So Larry likes to participate in a lot of stake races sometime, but that's part of the game.
But winning a nice allowance raise here, congratulations, and a fruitful switch of surfaces today.
Thank you, Meg.
All right, I'm pleased to be here with Jorge, and as you can see, it's a little bit of an ironic name. Lafitte, Shorty is not a shorty.
17-1, like Sean Bradley, Manute Bowl of the circuit here. Shoddy. An exciting finish. Now joined by New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. You didn't get enough yesterday of this?
I would have won a lot of money if I had made a bet that Sean Bradley and Manute Bowl would get mentioned
in
my
the
first few
rundown.
moments of the show. I mean, I might have got the Manute one, but I think the Sean Bradley one really caught me off guard. But hey, you never know what you're going to get up here. We are unfortunately off the turf in all the races. Rain came through last night, but it's a gorgeous day, and I'm looking forward to spending time with everybody in the show but Lafitte.
That's a given. Surprised you showed up this afternoon.
I was having some food over there.
Left.
They just came over and said dessert was coming, and I had to leave for the set. It was the worst moment of the month for me.
Incentive, allure, anything to get them to show up to work and spend time with me. Late pick 4, late pick 5, Shoddy, 980. Had that 14-1 shot to kick off the pick 6. And up next, the 6th race. Start of the late pick 4, 2-year-olds, maiden special weight, 3/4 of a mile dash. Interpolate, am I saying it right? Interpolate. 4 to 5, Andy. Interpolate.
I think
coming out of a pretty live race.
I think Interpolate's going to be tough to beat. Really, was probably the only horse that was really aggressive that hung around reasonably well at the finish beyond the incredibly talented Chocolate Gelato, who may well be the favorite in the Breeders' Cup filly juvenile, juveniles fillies, whichever it is. I think she's much the worst to beat, but these IRAD horses get so overbet. I've even talked to IRAD about it, and you look at the second race today before we were on, he rode a horse was 7-5 that was inexplicable. The horse was even the second choice in the race. They just overbet everything he rides.
I've had the same conversation with my father and the amount of pressure that will add to a rider. When he's on a horse that's 5-2, 2-1, and he knows should be like 6-1, looks up at the tote board, like this horse is not the best horse in the race or should be twice that price. That does add pressure.
Of course it
to
does.
The rider.
And it's the curse of success. And it happened to your dad, who's obviously one of the all-time greatest riders. It's happening to Irad Ortiz here, who's a tremendous rider. But even Irad has said to me, why is this horse I'm riding favored? And I said to him, don't you ever go out there and you look up and you think, why is the horse I'm riding 6-5? And he said, yes. And it is pressure. I said, listen, it's a compliment to you, but then you come back and you feel like in a way you failed. On the other hand, you think, I don't know, the horse looked third or fourth best going in, so I don't know what I was supposed to do, but it happens. And I think as a horse player, you have to try to take advantage of opportunities to try to bet against them, like today's second race.
So a 3-5 favorite coming up very shortly with these 2-year-olds. Part of this late pick 4 sequence is the Glen Cove that looks a lot different now with the surface switch. Glen Cove 6 furlong sprint. So we look back at half is enough, number 5, who does have good main track form. Andy, and you go back to that victory ride and his bang-up second-place finish to a top-class female sprinter in Hot Peppers.
Yeah, and that's a race where maybe the race a little better than 73 Buyer. Now, a disappointing effort last time out in the Prioress, but obviously those horses are just significantly better than the one she's racing against today. I mean, I suppose Girl in a Rush has a chance. She has that one good figure on a sloppy seal track, but half is enough is very much the horse to beat, and I think you'll see Trevor McCarthy be aggressive with her.
Just having this conversation with Richie earlier, how you'll often point out some will shy from off-the-turf races, but you find value and opportunity because of how often they're misbet.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't always happen, and sometimes, you get stuck with a horse that just looks like it's a 4-5 shot. It goes off 4-5, but there are times when those races are bet as though they're turf races, and they're not. So they can be opportunities, and the point is, you're always supposed to be alert to the possibility of an opportunity. If you look up and you think, wow, this horse, I didn't think this horse would be 4-5, they figured it out, then you don't have to bet. Or you can bet some multi-race bets or exactas. But sometimes you'll find horses paying even 2-to-1, 5-to-2. That should be even money, and that's significant value.
Something we'll monitor throughout the remainder of the afternoon. A stakes race in its infancy, just the second running of the Glen Cove Race 8. Post time around 4:22 right here on America's Day at the Races. Fillies in the paddock for the 6. Start of the late pick 4. She's the one to beat. Interpolate. Best news, doesn't have to chase Chocolate Gelato today. Chocolate Gelato, as Andy mentioned, Frizette winner among the favorites for next month's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. We'll be right back.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked number 1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Hi, Jim McInville here, and horse heaven is truly at Claiborne Farms in Paris, Kentucky. My horse Run Happy is in stall 1 at Claiborne Farms, and he's having the time of his life.
Each of those horses on stall 1 are champion, North American champions in some division. So Run Happy certainly he was a champion sprinter after he won the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he's living up to the hype of stall 1 at Claiborne Farm so far. So we're very pleased, and we know he's going to make a really, really good sire one day.
Now you've got Smile Happy, Happy Soul. You had Following C, which is great for Mac. I mean, you know, because he calls once a week. How's that Run Happy doing? And it's the best. When I see his phone number come up, I mean, I answer quick because it's going to be entertaining.
You know, I think that was one of the reasons he got off to a semi-slow start was because people assume that they're going to be quick 2-year-olds just because he has so much speed. But really, that's not the case. You kind of have to let them come into their own. For the most part, big, strong horses, and they can run around a ground.
You know, I think everybody expected because he was a sprinter, there'd be 2-year-olds. And it didn't have to be that way. And when you see him, you know, he probably, you know, he's not really built like a sprinter. So you could see why he would be 2 turns.
I think being a sprinter, people are expecting him to come out and be so very, very precocious and fast. And really, we've seen him excel really at longer distances. Smile Happy for one. You know, he won the Kentucky Jockey Club at 2, going 2 turns. But yeah, he's going to have a full book once again. And like I said, he's got a great group of 2-year-olds and a solid crop of yearlings. So the momentum should continue.
Run Happy. 7 years have passed since his championship spring campaign. As always, coverage on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Stunning scenics from Claiborne. Here, Belmont at the Big A. Field updated odds race 6 2-year-old fillies. Maiden special weight 3/4 of a mile dash as expected. Interpolate. Odds on favorite at 2-5. This is where we lean on her most. Down to Maggie standing by with his 2-year-old filly. Race 6 Paddock report. How's a first-time starter looking, Maggie? Looking for bargains.
We'll see if they got a bargain with that filly. But Lafitte, as a whole, this group feels as though there might be some speed, because we already know that Spun Special and Royal Poppy and even in your heavy favorite Interpolate, they have speed. But I feel like both of these firsters that I'll talk about too could be quick if they're professional from the gate. We'll begin with Looking for Bargains, whom sold for $85,000. So I guess that's where the name comes from, after working 10 flat and really nice push from behind, which is evidenced here in the paddock. She's a really big, burly filly that just has a massive hind end on her. But to be fair, and while Practical Joke, he's a great sire when it comes to first-time starters sprinting on the dirt. He's hitting at 19%. There is more turf on the bottom, so we'll see. She looks like a turf sprinter. If I had to pigeonhole her into a group, I would automatically say she's a turf sprinter, because that's just how she's built, and she's really built down into the ground, massive turf hoof to her. So we'll see how she negotiates the surface first time out here. But end point here is that I think she's going to be quick, and whether that plays favorably into her hands or not, given the possible pace scenario here, we'll have to wait and see. Now, number 7, Material Witness, has a luxury of being drawn outside, so she can kind of see what's going on here for Rob Atras. As, yeah, I know Andy brought this up, that Rob can fire with his first-time starters, even if they don't take money. They often don't take money, but he can get them ready, and you can see it here with Material Witness. She is fit, she is well muscled, she is strong, and she is professional. I like what I'm seeing from this daughter of Constitution, who is a half to a couple of decent New York breds. One, More Grateful, who was good sprinting on the dirt, and Bourbon Mission, who could handle either surface while sprinting. She's definitely a short distance type of runner, but I like everything I'm seeing from her. So we'll see, are the first time starters here, Lafitte, going to make any noise?
Can an Atras first-time starter outrun her odds again? Material Witness gearing up for the late pick 4. Riders up in a moment, so plenty of time to get involved. Sign up. Play this late pick 4 with us. Hit Naira Bets. Sign up. Use our promo code MATCH200. Get up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now. NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Can you expand on that, Andy, about Rob Atras' first-time starters outrunning their odds?
No, I'd been talking about it in the morning show and Talking Horses, and it just seems like quite frequently, and I know Maggie's seen it too. I mean, you know, I appreciate her mentioning me, but we've talked about it before. It just seems like they'll run. They don't necessarily have to win, but they're live. Sure. They show speed a lot of the times. No, that doesn't mean this horse is going to run at all. I mean, this horse is a half to More Grateful, who had a lot of speed for Brad Cox, and then, you know, made his way with the claiming game. But it just seems like Rob's a trainer. You know, I think people think of him as more of a claiming trainer, which he is, because that's where he's playing. But I've just noticed his first-time starters frequently seem to outrun their odds.
That's so against the grain.
Yeah.
You walk into a racetrack, 5 minutes to post, like, I need action, I want to get down. It's a bunch of 2-year-olds. First thing you look at is a toe board.
Yeah, and you're not looking for Rob Atras, and I don't mean this as a negative to Rob at all, but they're looking for, you know, whether it's Fletcher or Chad Brown or you know, trainers who you're more familiar with, winning with first, or Steve Asmussen's barn. But Rob is a trainer that gets them ready first time out, and they often have speed, and that's helpful.
Post parade, these 2-year-old fillies, Royal Poppy, Florida bred, improved in her second start.
She did. I mean, I don't think she ran that badly first time, and she was able to get the lead. She was in the Chocolate Gelato race. Look at her, okay? But she did finish 4 lengths behind Interpolate, who showed about the similar amount of speed.
Looking for bargains. Maggie said we might be looking for speed right from the start. Number 3, Divine Cross, debuting Whisper Hill Farm homebred.
Yeah, this is a homebred with no pedigree, at least in the immediate family, and taking no money.
Number 4, Spun Special, better break, more speed in her second start.
She dueled with Royal Poppy, and that one beat her. I'm not sure why you expect them to turn the tables today. We'll see.
Azaria, Mark Anderson owned, first-time starter.
Not taking any money right now, a first foal, and feels like there's probably more distance pedigree, if anything, or even more turfy synthetic.
Odds-on favorite, Interpolate, exiting a strong Saratoga heat.
Right, but she shouldn't be 2-5. She should probably be about even money, or 6-5, and the one should be at least half the price that she is. She's a massive underlay horse to beat, though.
Material Witness, For Rob Atras, Twin Creeks co-owned, debuting homebred.
And I have to, we said, more grateful, had a lot of speed, and I'm never surprised when Rob's horses outrun their odds first time out.
Material Witness, Jose Ortiz looking to go back-to-back on the Friday Belmont at the Big A program. There is his brother, Irad Ortiz, aboard Interpolate. Ortiz, defending Eclipse Award winning jockey, just captured another Saratoga riding title. Updated standings, Belmont at the Big A. Irad Ortiz, Andy, closing in on another New York riding title.
Not really that big a surprise. I mean, he's just on a lot of live horses, even though a lot of them are underlays, and he rides extremely well, so never surprising when he's winning meets. Manny Franco having a terrific meet as well. He's probably hoping Irad goes away for a few days here and there, and maybe he can have a shot to catch him.
He did last weekend, coming off that big weekend in Kentucky and here. Grade 1 wins Keeneland, Breeders' Futurity, Coolmore Turf Mile, and the Beldame with Nest here at Aqueduct. Take another look at Royal Poppy, number 1. First time she'll break from the rail. Dylan Davis aboard. This is her second start. Mid-September right here, Andy. Royal Poppy spun special, battling up front.
Yeah, I'd actually bet Royal Poppy in this race, and while she ran well enough. Padma was the heavy favorite for Ilmont. She got a perfect trip, and she did what she had to do. I still thought Royal Poppy ran very well, a little bit better than Spun Special. I don't think it's a significant difference between the two of them. And they're both overlays right now, though particularly I think Royal Poppy, the inside has been pretty good so far because they're massively overbetting Interpolate. And Interpolate's first race wasn't so good that you're supposed to say, oh, she just can't lose. And 2-5, that's a little much.
Short odds. Odds on improving 2-year-old fillies. Royal Poppy, Spun Special, pictured at 8-1. They'll meet again in just a few minutes. JK, which one of these freshman fillies graduates today?
I mean, look, I think the 6 is going to win, but I have no interest at 2-5. I'm going to pick the 4, Spun Special, in here. This horse, if you look at the 2 starts up at Saratoga, the 2 starts, the one at Saratoga and one downstate, it sort of showed some pace early. Just kind of got tired on debut for Leah Giramati, who in her career with first-time starters is only at 9%. So you don't really fault the horse for not necessarily running great. It was 35-1 on debut, but did show a little bit of talent in the midst of that race. You know, broke a little bit slow, kind of moved into the race, and then just got tired late on debut, which you would expect for a barn that doesn't typically try to have them win first time out. Then they come back September 17th, show a ton of early speed, show a lot of pace. And I love when young horses show pace, because if a good trainer can then just kind of work with them on honing that speed, that's how you can turn out to be a really nice racehorse. And this is a price play for me, with the 4 Spun Special being 8-1 and likely to be in front of the 6 Interpolate. I'm going to go with the 4 Spun Special in here. I think the 6 is the most likely winner, but at 2-5, I think you probably want to try to look elsewhere. Maggie, it's 2-year-olds. Help us out here.
I agree with you, JK. With regards to the 6 Interpolate, yeah, I mean, you're just taking the worst of it here with her price. And furthermore, on top of all that, I'm not seeing a big change with her from first to second start, where I was hoping, you know, maybe she'd just look a bit more solid, a bit stronger overall. And she had a lovely warm-up, actually better than what she did first time out here. And 2, you know, she had to face a little bit of adversity in that debut, where she was down on the inside, kind of got shut off a little bit going into the turn at the half-mile pole, and you know, wasn't deterred too much by that, just got tired at the end. So I was just hoping to see a fitter, stronger filly, and I'm not necessarily, again, that does not mean she doesn't win here, but I just wanted a new face, a horse that was going to be posted outside of her to watch how things play out. And I really think there might be some quality with number 7, Material Witness, and at 12-1, sure, why not, Lafitte?
Take a shot, 12-1, Material Witness for Rob Atras, but all eyes on Interpolate now 3-5. And what you knew going in she was going to get overbet. You knew the strength of schedule, the human element, the connections. This all this figured.
Yes, I'm not
be
shocked.
Too low, but still,
I'm not shocked.
This
right?
figured.
I mean, I think she is supposed to be. She's probably 6-5 or something. Even might have win. A lot of money coming in right now for looking for bargains, and sort of a weird looking workout. Worked 10 flat, has absolutely no pedigree at all. Though the second dam was okay, but Practical Joke that sold for $85,000 off a 10 flat workout. kind of unusual. Like the name, they're looking for bargains. Everybody in racing is looking for a bargain, and this one is taking some money. Lavi and Pratt riding.
3 to 5, not a bargain on Interpolate. Looking for bargains. Louis Lazzanero, Michael Dove, Michael Caruso, first-time starter. With Pratt, 7 of them. Starting the late pick 4. Do you want to take a stroll through this late pick 4 sequence while we have a moment?
I'm taking a small shot with the 9 Spites per Comet in the, I think that's how you pronounce it, I'm hoping.
Spites or Comet. Get it together, Sterling.
What is it?
Spites or Comet.
Spites?
Spites or Comet.
What does that mean?
I don't know. That's how it's been called.
Okay, I'm going. I'm leaving. I'm going to use Lord Gatling, who I think the horse to beat, the 5 Lord Gatling, Spitzer, whatever, and Inspiration Point, the 8, who probably could use a little bit less of a lax ride today than last time. I leaned heavily on the 5. Half is enough, but I used 2, 5, 6. The 2's the speed, and inside seems pretty good. I don't know if she's good enough, but I used her. And I used 2, 8, and 11 in the last leg, and I pressed the 2, Geometrique, whose first race I thought was good enough to win. So, not a huge opinion, but did play for a little action. I singled the 6 here, because I didn't want to get into a situation of, I didn't really want to bet that much, and I didn't want to do anything too creative. So I'm going to take the overbet chalk here.
I hear you. This late pick 4 about to get underway with these 2-year-old fillies. Another look at Interpolate. Chocolate Gelato was interesting. I believe, did she race? Was it opening weekend or actually opening day at Saratoga?
She raced opening day. Did not run well. It's very
laid an egg.
Yeah,
nada.
Sure. Which is unusual with Todd Pletcher Firsters. It turned to be good. And then she came back in a maiden race, this one, that was supposed to be the best maiden race of the year. And one horse showed up and the rest of them. And then she came back and didn't run as big a figure, but she won the Frisette and the Slop. And I got to think even that race is probably a higher fig than the other 2-year-old preps we've seen. We're not seeing a lot of fast 2-year-old fillies this year. There's obviously some good colts out there. Right now, the 2-year-old fillies are a thinner group.
Chocolate Gelato, yeah, and we saw a lot of that, I felt, all summer. With the track was a little more, you had to be fit.
Yeah.
And where a lot of first-time starters, hot shot, training well, really good pedigree, that just struggled. They didn't show up on debut, and then in their second career start, just like Chocolate Gelato, it was a completely different story.
Totally different story with her. I mean, and that's unusual with Todd. When they're bet first time they run, and when they don't, they usually don't come back and run big races, and it was very different for her because her second race, was, to me, is the best race. That and unfortunately, Prank, the Eclipse horse that Todd trains, is on the shelf.
Man,
she obviously was brilliant in her 5.5 furlong race, but I thought Chocolate Gelato was tremendous as well. And she's one of the many good chances that Mike Rapoli has in those Breeders' Cup races. And I think as an owner, you want to get there with a chance in those races. You want to be in a position to be massively disappointed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're going in with horses that figure.
Yep.
In some of the biggest races in North America. 2-year-old fillies we've been introduced to. Opening day, Saratoga over the years. My Miss Aurelia, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly winner. Echo Zulu last year, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly winner, champion. Chocolate Gelato this year. She didn't win, but she ran opening day. Really good performance in her second career start. Now a Frisette winner and a top contender for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Among the fillies chasing her in her maiden win, Interpolate, the odds-on favorite here at 3 to 5. Johnny I standing by. Post time for the 6. Belmont at the Big A. Time for the late pick 4.
Waiting now for Azaria, Interpolate, and Material Witness. They're all in. And they're off. Interpolate going out for the lead. Royal Puppy at the rail, up to challenge now. Then it's the Gray Spun Special next in third. Material Witness Off a step slow now, moving up on the outside and into fourth. Azaria sits in fifth, followed by Looking for Bargains, and Divine Cross is the trailer in seventh. The leader is Royal Poppy by a half length, the favorite Interpolate. Now moving up alongside the quarter in 23 and 3. Material Witness next in third, and Spun Special is in fourth as they go around the far turn. It is Royal Poppy and Interpolate, and those two are joined on the outside by Material Witness. Then comes Spun Special in fourth, followed by Divine Cross, who has made up some ground and is now in fifth. And the field turns into the stretch. Here is Interpolate now on the outside to grab the lead. Royal Poppy all out down at the rail, and Spun Special is next in third. Material Witness dropping back, and Divine Cross. It is the odds-on favorite Interpolate who has the lead, with Royal Poppy in second, and Interpolate is the winner here by a little more than 2 lengths. Royal Poppy was second, and Spun Special finished third.
Interpolate, the odds-on favorite, takes down this 6th race, Belmont at the Big A. But the concern here over Fallen Rider and the first-time starter, Azaria, took a bad step rounding the far turn. We saw Jose Gomez fall. An update on their condition, both filly and rider Azaria and Jose Gomez. Will pass that along as soon as that's available. 6-1-4-3 Interpolate graduates, I'm being told. Jose Gomez standing up under his own power, Andy, so that's good news. Ginger, but good news. There is Jose Gomez in a scary scene, having gone down just moments ago.
Yeah, that's the most important factor. Obviously, we'll find out about the horse as well, but we certainly hope Jose is okay. But Interpolate did what she was supposed to at 3-5. Got the job done. Seems like a reasonable time. Came home in 12 seconds, so onwards and hopefully upwards for her.
Solid effort from Royal Poppy on the inside. Never discouraged, never quit as the ears go up on Interpolate, gliding under the wire.
And the firster did little running at all as a 7 to 2 second choice. The 7 got left in their Material Witness and then rushed up. Her race was over when they broke.
An inquiry here, and Andy, whenever there is a scenario such as this with an incident that is standard operating procedure.
Right. Does not obviously involve the first 2 or probably any of the first 4, but you always have to look at it when there's an incident in a race, and there was an incident, unfortunately.
Seth Klarman owned Interpolate, trained by Chad Brown, leading rider Irad Ortiz, and then there's a great sight. Jose Gomez, talented high-riding apprentice, jogging. He looks fine. Any update on Azaria's condition? The filly, who took a bad step. We will pass that along. Good to see Jose Gomez. Looks no worse for wear at first glance.
100%.
6-1-4-3 results. When we come back, an update also on Azaria and Jose Gomez here as our coverage continues. America's Day at the Races, and the top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the country, Nest, Coaching Club American Oaks winner, Alabama winner, brilliant in the Beldame, gearing up for the Breeders' Cup Distaff next month in Lexington. We'll be right back.
Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter, always raced medication-free. Number 1 second crop sire last year by dirt earnings. As Interpolate, the odds-on favorite, walks into the winner's circle, graduating in her second career start. Seth Clarendon, trained by Chad Brown, Rad Ortiz, wears down Royal Poppy, who, again, a solid effort in defeat from Royal Poppy from the inside.
I agree. Hung in gamely. Interpolate's just a slightly better horse. And she got it done today, and we'll see where these fillies go from there. But we'll see how promising going forward. A lot better without chocolate gelato in there.
A little bit easier, not having to deal with the one of the favorites for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Interpolate. 340, 270, 210, Royal Poppy, spun special, who JK said look out for, completing the trifecta, 614, 111.12 in the 6th race here at Belmont at the Big A. And what we've seen thus far from Shoddy, 980, Interpolate the favorite, 340. 2 down, 3 left in this late Big 5. Belmont at the Big A, turning the page, race 7, $16,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime. A mile, scratch the 2 inside runners, a field of 8. Andy, Midnight Worker, 2-1, about 23 minutes out.
I think that horse is an extremely dubious favorite in there. I mean, last race she was a total no-show. I guess you could argue that the pace held together, but she was right on top of the pace, or he was, and really didn't do much running. I guess he could win on the drop down, but he does not seem like an appealing play to me at a super short price.
Midnight Worker, owned by Mike Rapoli, trained by Todd Pletcher, ridden by Rad Ortiz, just like the top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the country. And this Breeders' Cup spotlight on the Breeders' Cup Distaff Bound. Nest, the stats, impressive. Her bio, what she's done thus far, she's been much the best, having won 7 of 10, 2 losses this year in the Kentucky Oaks and the Belmont Stakes against the boys, 3-time Grade 1 winner. And Andy, we go back to the start of the Belmont Stakes and doing her best rags to riches impersonation with a stumble at the start for Nest, and still a bang-up second place finish to stablemate Modonic.
I thought Jose Ortiz did a very good job after the stumble. He got her back into good position. So the stumble didn't really hurt her that much. Probably wasn't beating Modonigal at that point, but I think at the end of the day, this race ended up, sometimes people say, oh, the Belmont takes a lot out of them. For her, I think it was like a wake-up call, because her races after that, I mean, she's always a very good horse, but she really turned the corner and turned around. Maybe she just came alive in Saratoga. You never really know exactly what it was, but she was a different horse after the Belmont Stakes.
As Todd Pletcher referenced, of all the horses he's run in the Belmont, all those boys, the first one that's ever really, quote, thrived coming off the Belmont effort in Nest. And then what would she do in the coaching club American Oaks, going head-to-head with Secret Oath? Secret Oath, Andy, who defeated her in the Kentucky Oaks. Little different story in the early stages of the meet at Saratoga in the CCA Oaks.
And I think it's also important to note that Secret Oath ran a much better race than she did in the Kentucky Oaks. So it wasn't though she got lucky to beat her. I thought, if anything, she ran, Irad gave almost a perfect ride. Secret Oath might have moved a little bit wide and early in there and got it done. Just very different horses. Secret Oath probably not quite as good, but Nest a lot better.
And in the Alabama, if this is what Nest looks like, regressing, horses don't normally regress and do this in the Alabama. On paper, her race in the Alabama not as fast as the coaching club American Oaks, but as you like to say, there she is out there just dominating and breaking hearts.
It really does feel like she laid to waste to this field. There were some horses in here that looked pretty good going in that just didn't run a step, and quite a few of them came back in the cotillion at Parks, and they didn't do any running in that race. And you wonder if Nest just sort of laid them all to waste out there, and she's just been very, very good. She's making good horses look extremely ordinary, but she's going to be facing at least 3 extremely good older horses in the Breeders' Cup.
She faced Older for the first time in the Beldame. They had a chance to see her for the first time. And at the top of the stretch, like a carbon copy of the Alabama, of the coaching club American Oaks, when you're just asking yourself, okay, how far is she going to win by this time?
No, I agree. She just crushed them. And it's not like Shug's horse, First to Act, who finished second, wasn't coming off a good race. She'd run well in her next start, and she just destroyed her. And I don't think First Act ran quite as well, but she's an imposing horse, and she's just really destroying horses that are not of her quality. But she's going to face horses that are of at least her quality, if not better. In the Breeders' Cup, it's not going to be easy. 3-year-olds have not historically done well in this race.
By Curlin, 2-time Horse of the Year, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Nest, how do you, a tale of the tape, so to speak, how does she stack up with stablemate Malathot? And a great story, like both 3-year-old filly champions, both Grade 1 winners at Keeneland, and they'll meet for the very first time in the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
I mean, I think at the very least they're supposed to be about the same price in the Breeders' Cup. If you don't think Malathot's going to be favored, I think Nest is going to be a heavy favorite in the Breeders' Cup. So from a betting standpoint, I'm going to be against Nest because I think there's a very good chance she's horrendous value in there. She's got the name. She's got everything going on that people to overbet her. You read social media and people are out of their minds talking about her as though there's no competition. And between search results, Clairiere, and Malathot, you've got a very fearsome three horses, older horses. Nest has not been beating the likes of those horses. She might do it in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, but she's likely to do it as an underlay. And for me, as a bettor, I'll be looking to bet against her in all likelihood.
Like a racing's darling. Those horses get over bet. We'll see
She's
what
very
she does.
good. I'm not in any way denying her talent. I'm not going to be shocked when she does win. But I think you have to separate that from gambling, and I think she'll be an underlay in all likelihood.
Either way, Todd Pletcher in a pretty good position for the Distaff. The combination of Malathot and Nest. We check in with Maggie, standing by following the incident we saw just moments ago. Maggie, what can you tell us?
Unfortunately, not great news. Lafitte Azaria suffering a fatal injury in her first start, and unfortunately, humanely euthanized on the racetrack. And our hearts and condolences go out to Tom Albatrani and Mark Anderson. With regards to her rider, Jose Gomez, he just walked through here. He will be going to first aid to be checked out. Was complaining a little bit of lower back pain, but walking back, carrying his own tack, and more than anything, his heart just literally broken for this young filly. So just the news that I absolutely hate to report back, Lafitte.
Devastating, heartbreaking news. Azaria having to be humanely euthanized following a bad step midway through the 6th race just moments ago. Belmont at the Big A. Jose Gomez, as Maggie mentioned, headed over to first aid, and we'll see if he's back riding the remainder of the afternoon. Horses are in the paddock for the 7th race here. Belmont at the Big A as our coverage continues on America's Day at the races. We'll be right back.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup, Keeneland.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker. Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
What a scene that's going to be as we welcome you back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started, NairaBets.com today. Tomorrow, you don't want to miss that. Prestigious Far Hills Race Meet, Hunt Meet, one day only, live on-site coverage. Acacia, Richie, Joe Clancy will be there. 5 graded stakes races. Tomorrow, live coverage on Fox Sports 2.
Are they already there? Kind of early.
The tailgating, Maggie was just telling us, is
dead
out of
show.
control. Out of control, like pregame SSC rivalry kind of tailgating. And the feature is the big event. Grade 1 Grand National, 2 5/8 miles. Number 2, snap decision, 8-5, morning line favorite among the 9. And this is part of the reason why. Jonathan Shepard at Saratoga and the snap decision in an absolute blowout, strolling home in this Grade 1 event at Saratoga.
No, when he's good, he's good. When he's too good for these, when he's good. But I think after his last performance, where Noah and his Ark, is that what it is, Noah and the Ark?
Right.
Just made mincemeat of him out there. He just crushed him here opening day. I think you have to be a little disappointed in him. Now, obviously, the good snap decision is going to be very, very, very tough. And the Mean Queen, unfortunately, won't be in the race. But I think you have to be a little concerned after his last effort. It was really a subpar performance.
So your gut, do we see that snap decision? Or
I don't bet horses at short prices off poor performances like that. I don't know what the excuse was. I don't know that horse is going to beat him, though. It'd be interesting to see what he does coming back. But I think you have to be concerned that maybe snap decision's sort of a little bit tailing off the end of his run. But I'm not sure. I'd love to see him win. I'm a fan.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
On-site coverage tomorrow afternoon. Acacia, Richie, Joe Clancy, and one-day meet. Live coverage right here on Fox Sports 2. Race 7, Belmont at the Big A is next. Horses are in the paddock, 13 minutes out. $16,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime, a mile. See the updated odds, and while Midnight Worker is the favorite at 8-5. Maggie, what about Lord Gatling drawn inside for trainer Linda Rice?
Yeah, we'll see if he's a bit of a pace presence in here, Lafitte, as he is coming off the claim, off a bit of a layoff, and stretching out to a mile for the first time. I can't necessarily say that as a physical, he looks like longer, though, you know, there's some pedigree to say yes, and Noble Missions do tend to be on the smaller side. This is actually the first time I'm covering one of his races. In watching his replays, though, I could tell he was a horse that does get a little hot. Same thing here. He's a little bit on the nervous side. Not badly, but just kind of that internal nervousness. But I don't think that's necessarily out of character for him. He looks fit. He looks strong. But in my heart of hearts, do I really feel like longer is necessarily better in looking at him? No, the front wraps are back on here today. Equipment note on number 8, Inspiration Point, first time wearing an extension blinker, so covering his right outside eye for Chris Engelhardt. As I always say, I don't love to see that with horses. And 2, for one that has propensity to get away slowly, this can make them get away even slower because they don't necessarily see the gates opening or the horses leaving to their inside, as he does have one to his outside, and that's number 9, Spitesburg Comet, for Bruce Brown. And he's a horse that, he's kind of stringing his races back to back fairly frequently. Looks very, very fit in here as he's now 3rd off of a layoff. Probably the most quiet, though, I've seen from him. Would prefer a little bit more energy here in the paddock, as he does take a precipitous drop in class. And Lafitte it was just announced that Jose Gomez will be not riding this race aboard Zuzu Dini, that Jalon Samuel will be aboard the outside runner.
Jalon Samuel on number 10, Zuzu Dini at 8-1. Jose Gomez off his mount in this 7th race. Belmont at the Big A. Spitzer Comet. Maggie said it perfectly. There's the favorite. Midnight Worker now 8-5, 10 minutes out.
She said it the way you think it's pronounced, which doesn't make it perfectly. You can't even pronounce interpolate, so I don't know exactly if I should be listening to anything you say.
Not interpolati? Interpolate?
I like Spitzer Kamati, actually. I think is a very interesting runner in this race.
Just to be stubborn, Andy will call him
that. No, I do.
I
like that horse.
I
like that horse.
Yeah.
I don't understand the heavy favorite on Midnight. Oh, it's Irad Ortiz. I mean, I'm starting to feel sorry for him. It's just getting ridiculous.
Cranks up
this horse's last race was awful. there's no indication that he's really going to cherish a mile. I know he drops. I get it. He could win, but I think Lord Gatling, frankly, is a more likely winner than him. Lord Gatling, Linda Rice, I know he drops off the claim, but Linda has very good numbers dropping off the claim. She has very good numbers stretching horses out off the claim. And as far as Midnight Worker, doesn't it just feel like his form keeps getting worse?
No bueno. It's a lot to concede.
Shot,
it's a lot to concede.
If you look at his PPs, forgetting about who trains him, who rides him, he does not look like an 8-5 shot in this race to me.
Tried dropping in the past. It has not worked. Dropping yet again. Maybe he's found a group he can handle. Lord Gatling pictured for Linda Rice. You were just discussing the stats. First half of the claim, sprint to a route on dirt.
Well, that's stretching out off the claim. They're terrific numbers. When she drops down over 50% off the claim, and she's doing with this horse, she's 13 for 26. You combine the two, she's 1 for 1 with a $9 horse. I thought this race, win 2 back, if you look at other horses in the race, was perhaps better than the figure suggests. She did not run well last time, but it was a sloppy sealed track. And I'm going to give her a chance. I think this is Lord Gatling's win 2 back.
This was like mud wrestling, this race. As much contact as there was in the stretch. Lord Gatling, these two trading paint throughout.
Yep, with Loki's fight on the outside coming up. Of course, I want to say Tom Amos claimed that horse. I don't know if he still has him, but I believe he claimed him at Saratoga. Mud wrestling.
You like that?
Wow, you're working at a lot of different stuff in the show today, a little mud wrestling. When I think of mud wrestling, I think of Stripes. I think of John Candy and Stripes. How do you not?
You're going to throw something at me. I have not seen.
You've never seen Stripes?
I haven't seen Stripes. And I love John Candy. There aren't many, those movies
Bill
in the
Murray
80s I haven't
Harold
seen.
Ramis?
I have not
Oh my
seen,
God, Stripes is a
have not
great
seen
movie.
Stripes. Have not seen it.
I don't think I'm the only one to having to listen, unfortunately, to Lafitte today that's going to say that's an embarrassing moment. Really. I think the last few people that were still listening just turned it off. By the way, there are cookies appearing in the set. No cookies for Lafitte. He's never seen
none
Stripes.
for Lafitte.
He doesn't
hasn't
get a
seen
cookie.
Stripes.
Look at this big plate of cookies. The sad thing is, if you leave them there, I'm going to eat them all.
Well, I've learned that I learned today Richie gets paid to do this. We get paid in dessert. And there it is.
Wait a second. There's people getting paid money to do this?
That's what Richie shared with me earlier.
No, that's news. I'm going to have to talk to my superiors.
Cookies. We get paid in cookies.
I'm just a little annoyed they put us on camera because I'm going to start eating them immediately. I'm like a child, If you put like M&Ms in front of me, we're on the air, I start putting them in my mouth while we're going on. I actually think this is probably one of the more interesting betting races of the day.
Right
to be honest, I know we're kidding around a lot up here, but I really do because I think that there's a favorite that's a little overbet. Not that he can't win, but he's not, And let me talk about Spice Percomet on the outside. Whatever. This is a horse that one time was counted to be a very good horse. Actually, had run fairly well overseas, and when came to fairgrounds, ran well for Tom Morley in those connections. His form completely fell apart. Now, his last race obviously very bad. I will say that he was right down on the rail. And I think there's a real question of whether or not you wanted to be right on the rail that day. So there's a possibility he was hurt by that. He was basically eased at the end after chasing. And they were much better horses, and he's taking a huge drop in class. Whereas I know I've said, why would you on the 6? He's dropping down. He's 8-5. This horse is 10-1. And there are races that make this horse a player. And I think on the drop down, this horse is worth a shot. Who am I supposed to be so afraid of in this race? I mean, maybe he can't run anymore, and he'll lose. I bet a lot of losers all the time. But this is a horse, I think, at 10-1. There are things where you could take as a shot. I think Inspiration Point, who probably ended up farther back than he should have last time, not totally impossible in this race either.
Have you noticed, we discussed this yesterday with the incoming rain, that you can pick up on a track tendency afterwards? The track was good earlier today. Now it's a fast track. How has the track seemed to you this afternoon?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. There's nothing wrong with the rail.
Okay.
Seeing horses run well inside all day long. I don't think it's an extreme rail bias, but I do think it's an advantage being inside and being able to save some ground. Certainly doesn't hurt.
JK, we have cookies. What do you have going on over there?
No cookies for you, Jonathan.
This reminds me of a behind-the-scenes story, and since they're still in the paddock, I'll tell. You guys should have seen, at one point this summer, Andy got this lemonade from Shake Shack. And the bees came for the lemonade, and Andy was flipping out. He was yelling at the bee. He was screaming at the bee.
Jonathan, I think it was a one of the shakes. What is it, the Salty Road thing with the caramel? I think it was one of those, actually. I don't know. But he's correct. I'm not a fan of bees, Jonathan. It's 100% true.
As I understand, it hung around like this was like an organized hit. Like the bee hung around for like
I think
20
Jonathan
minutes or
made a
something.
deal with the bees when I wasn't looking. I really do. You probably were involved too.
He was having full conversations with the bee,
says you can't
asking him
train
to. He was
bees?
pleading with him to
Would
leave.
you go away? I want to eat my
who says
cookie
you
here,
can't
all right?
train
This isn't
bees?
fair. I'm in mid-cookie.
I like the 5 Lord Gatling a little bit in here. This is a wide open race. I think a lot of different things that can happen, but Lord Gatling has some back numbers. It kind of suggests that this horse can run okay. He's run well off of a break as well. And so I just felt like he was interesting at 5-2. When you're looking at, a horse like the 6 Midnight Worker, I just don't quite trust, and a little bit of that over bet factor with Todd and Irad. So the 5 Lord Gatling I thought was interesting, switching to Linda Rice. And then the 8 Inspiration Point, who in the last 2 starts has actually ran okay. I was beaten 9 lengths in both of those starts, but loses a ton of ground in both starts. Was wide all the way around there, 2 back, wide all the way around there last time, but still got a number that was competitive with this field. If this horse can work out a better trip and try to stay a little bit closer. I don't want this horse to fall as far back as before. Just a much more attractive price at 6-1, but I'll go with 3-1, the top pick, the 5 Lord Gatling.
Lots to like. The stats that Andy pointed out with Linda Rice on the stretch out, first after claim. I like the moxie and the fight that he showed in that maiden win at Belmont, getting bumped and trading paint and still digging in and fending off because the other horse initiated the contact.
Listen, I used the 9, but I used 5, 8, and 9, so I'm with Jonathan as well.
Post-parade, Prince of Joy, expect Jackie Davis to have him in the mix early.
Yeah, I'll probably be aggressive. It's a crazy. This horse is only 9-1.
BC Glory Days, number 4, 10th start this year.
I actually thought after his mediocre break last time that you might want him a little more than you want the 3, and he's a better price.
Lord Gatling, JK's top selection.
I have no argument with that. I think he's the horse to beat in this race.
5-2. Coming together now a little bit. Midnight Worker, Team Nest, Rapoli, Pletcher, Ortiz.
I think John and I are very much the same place in this race. We both like similar horses, though I like a 9 more than him. But we both think Midnight Worker is a dubious short price.
Not in life, but in the same place in this race.
Well, he interrupted my eating my cookie.
Told the world how afraid you are of bees.
No, I'm not embarrassed at all.
Spitzer Komet, been a struggle of late.
Yeah, but I was on the rail last time, and he's got back races. I think he's usable to price.
Jalon Samuel takes over on Zuzu Dini for Jose Gomez.
Has a good figure, 2 back, 3 back. I don't really believe it, but he has a good figure. Other than that, he's probably too slow.
Field for this 7th race of 9, Belmont at the Big A. $16,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime, all for sale, all one for something. And circling back to Midnight Worker, kind of a handful there. We're Rad Ortiz breaking out of the pros parade.
Well, once Jonathan and I both knocked him, he went lower, which makes sense. Listen, once again, he can win. But this is a horse that he came out of a very bad maiden race when he broke his maiden first time out. It was a weak race. But at least he was involved in the pace, and the pace was kind of collapsing, so he had some promise. He didn't embarrass himself in subsequent start in the sapling, but Todd went right to the turf with him, and he at least tried stakes with him, and it's just been sort of progressively gone nowhere. Now, they're giving him away. They're kind of hoping he gets claimed here. They had nobody bit for $25,000 at Saratoga, and they're biting on everything. And we'll see if somebody bites here for 16. But his races just seem to be sort of going nowhere. And I don't know what about him suggests he's going to get better at the mile distance. Not that he's been bad at the mile distance, but I think he might be a little better shorter.
Let's see if he can save something for the race here, Maggie. Very aggressive Midnight Worker revving his engines out there.
Yeah, Lafitte, as you said, a horse that did that all on his own. I don't think Irad wanted quite that much exuberance from Midnight Worker, but looking at him, looking at the way he moves, and then you look at his form, though if you just kind of cross out that race 2 back, which was first off of a layoff, his other 2 fastest races did come on the turf. And I know that's neither here nor there, but it is a negative when you're talking about a horse who's favored. Now, I can't really fault him otherwise, But other than, yes, his form since that layoff from December to August has not been good since then. But two, he moves like a turf horse. So obviously he's not that good of a one, and maybe he's good enough to win in this class, but I don't know. I prefer to look elsewhere. As number 8, just want to talk about him one more time. I know I mentioned I perceive it as a negative equipment change with that extension blinker on, but he is stretching back out in distance here to a mile, which physically he is more meant for. He's a long tubular type of horse where I think this distance is better for him, and it might mitigate the fact that he doesn't get out of the gate that well. So I'm kind of on the fence, but he's a generous price of 8-1 Inspiration Point. And then Zuzudini, who, yes, does get that rider change. This is the cheapest he's run in his career, and he looks great relative to the rest of the field here. I have no problems with this horse and think he could make a bit of an impact here, but ultimately I'm going to jump on Andy's bandwagon. And Andy, when he was in our barn, because it is such a complicated name, we just called him Bob.
Bob, just plain old Bob.
You know what? I'm going to call him Bob. So
Comet.
that's the way to pronounce it, Bob. No, Maggie had the horse, all right? And she said it's Bob. You were wrong again.
That was his nickname.
It's Bob.
Want to know what your nickname is around here?
I know what it is. You want me to do it in the ad. You're just mad that I haven't had a chance to do it in the ad.
You can only
my nickname. It's
just
my middle
lead
name.
a horse to
it's my middle name. What are you talking about?
Spicer, Comet. You and Maggie pretty much said it at the same time, by the way. The price on Inspiration Point, number 8. Some value there, yes?
Yeah, I think it's a very fair price. I mean, it's hard to know. Yeah, I think I would argue that because the number 6 is 3-2, it's helping to create value across the board.
Sure.
And you know, it's not. This is an incorrect statement. Value is subjective, because the reality is that somewhere there is an actual answer to the chances of every horse winning the race. But as a player, it's subjective to you what you think the right price is. People who say to you, "What's the difference with the horse paid at 1?" They're big losers. The racetrack. That's a very, very poor mentality. Because if a horse that's supposed to be 10-1 wins and he went up at even money, he was bad value. I don't care that he won the race. Just as you can bet horses at 15-1 and lose that were good bets. The results, being result-oriented in life is the worst thing you can be.
I think it's a great point you bring up, because just the fact that value, that it's not subjective. Because I think very often horse player, fans, no matter how long they've been around the game, if they've been if they like a horse and the price is higher than, say, the morning line or what they initially anticipated, automatically that's value, and that's incorrect.
It's not. Look at the last race. Jonathan knew the 6 was much the horse to beat, but he would rather take a shot with the 4 at a price. He lost, but his point was, I think the 4 is a bigger price should be, and the 6 is a shorter price. We have all cashed a lot of bets in our lives on horses that were our third choices or so, that were 15-1, that we thought should have been half that price and thought would have been, and you bet them because of the price, not because you love them per se in that race.
You can like a horse and you're getting him at a bigger price than you thought you might, and that's great, but that doesn't mean value.
No, and then this notion that big prices are value. 1-2 shots can be value.
Can be value.
And 20-1 shots can be bad value.
Midnight Worker, 3-2 post time. Johnny I standing by.
And they're off. Spites Percomet shows first. Inspiration Point is right there, along with Lord Gatling. Zuzudini's on the far outside. The favorite Midnight Worker is next in 5th. Then comes BC Glory Days. Down at the rail is Prince of Joy. And it is a huge break back to Once a Giant, who trails the field in 8th. Up the backstretch through a quarter in 23-2. Inspiration Point leads here by a length and a half. Spites Percomet on the outside, and down at the rail is Lord Gatling, and Midnight Worker looks to split those two. It is Inspiration Point who leads here by a little more than a length. Lord Gatling now rallies up the inside to challenge. It's Lord Gatling and Inspiration Point. They are right together after a sharp half mile in 46-3. Inspiration Point on the outside leads by a half length. Lord Gatling is down at the rail. Midnight Worker being asked for more now. Then comes Spites Percomet. Zuzudini's on the far outside. Farther back is Prince of Joy, along with the BC Glory Days. They're at the quarter pole. Inspiration Point on the outside and Lord Gatling on the inside. Lord Gatling takes a narrow lead. Inspiration Point on the outside. Then comes Midnight Worker next and third at the furlong marker. It is Lord Gatling who is clear now by 2. Then Inspiration Point, followed by Midnight Worker and BC Glory Days. And it will be Lord Gatling and Jose Lescano. Inspiration Point held second over Midnight Worker.
Lord Gatling for trainer Linda Rice. You touched on the stats with Linda Rice on the stretch out. JK's top selection, 2-1 at post time in the 7th Belmont at the Big A.
Yeah, I don't think the price was particularly good, though I do think the horse should have been favored over the 6, who finished a mediocre third. That was really interesting that Eric Cancel decided to be very aggressive with Inspiration Point. I like the move. He should have gone to the rail, though, because the rail's been good today. I don't know why these guys insist on staying off the rail. It wouldn't have mattered. But give credit to Jose Lescano. He understood to stay inside. And the best horse won. The second horse ran second. Probably the third horse, best horse ran third in here. But 2-1 gets it done. Best horse in the race.
You and Maggie touching on Inspiration Point. What a good price he was. There he is, 7-1, completing the exacta. Lord Gatling digging in. And a Midnight Worker, 7-5 favorite. Never looked like a winner, did he?
No, he was. He shouldn't have been favored. This horse should have been favored. Was 2-1 a good price? I don't know. It's not a bad price because the 7-5 and the way he won, but they had the wrong horse favored in this race. It's as simple as that. And the funny thing is, if Irad Ortiz rode this horse and Jose Lescano rode the other horse, this horse would have been favored. And Irad would be happy to tell you that there's no way that he could have ridden the 5 any better than Jose Lescano just
on
rode
the way
him.
back, somebody will heckle him. Somebody will criticize Irad for getting beat on a 7-5 favorite when the reason he was 7-5 and it was because Irad was riding to begin with.
And you feel
Chicken
like
and the egg.
if you're Irad, you want to turn to a fan that heckles you and say, you're the idiot that bet me at 7-5 when it should have been 3-1.
You're right.
You mad at me for? He was third best.
But he runs third at 7-5. Midnight Worker 5-8-7-4. Lord Gatling, A. Bianco holding limited. Winning owner, Linda Rice. Winning trainer, Jose Lescano, the winning pilot. Prices when we come back. And this filly, Pizza Bianca. Bobby Flay, bred and owned, highly decorated. Last fall's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf winner. Back in the States from her summer vacation in the UK. Headlines tomorrow's Grade 2 Sands Point.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Friday feature is next, the Glen Cove. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Gorgeous day, New York City. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. A Bianco Holding Limited. Winning owner, Lord Gatling, 690. Over Inspiration Point. Midnight Worker, defeated favorite, having to settle for third. Lord Gatling, winning pilot with Maggie.
That's right, Lafitte, and please be joined by Jose Lascano. And Jose, it feels like you orchestrated a wonderful trip up the rail, and it does feel like, and tell me what your thoughts are, that the rail is a decent place to be today over this racetrack.
Oh yeah, you know, my horse brake good. I put him right inside over there. I let him go do his on the race, and when I asked him, he really gave me a, good race,
For years, we've seen you team up with Linda Rice, just with a lot of success. Talk a little bit about, riding her horses frequently. It feels like you guys just have a really good working relationship.
Yeah, work a lot of his horses, and we work together, and he let me do my job, you know what I mean? Like, he told me, you check the race, and this is we do, like, he trusts me, and all the credit to him. This horse, I never ride it, I never worked a team before, and she always there.
She had him ready to go. Do want to ask you a little bit about going upstate, if you will, to Finger Lakes this Monday to ride Andiamo a Firenze, a horse who is talented, a New York bred. Talk a little bit about your thoughts about heading into that New York Breeders' Futurity.
I think it's a very talented horse, and I think be good in the spot, it's especially the distance, I think last time the distance kind of killed him a little bit.
Probably a sprinter at best. Jose, wishing you the best of luck with him, but congratulations here with Lord Gatling.
Thank you.
All right, Jose Lascano getting another win for longtime client Linda Rice here in this 7th race, Lafitte.
Things going well for Lascano. Firenze fires little brother, Andiamo a Firenze. Late pick 5 follow along, Lord Gatling, 690. Coming off that big weekend, winning the Vosburg and Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, Warlike Goddess, Jose Lascano.
Yeah. Was he going to keep him out for the Breeders' Cup, or will Joel be back on?
Depending on if, I think Rosario would
be back on.
Want to ride Warlike Goddess.
Yeah, I just wonder.
Option, yeah.
Oh, I think it's his option.
He'll
be riding.
He'll be riding Warlike Goddess.
The big horse is running at Keeneland today, Mirror Mission. I think
that's right. The runner-up in the Sword Dancer. Everything but win. Is that the Elkhorn? Yes.
Is
it the
No,
Elkhorn?
It's the other one. It's the.
I get those two
Sycamore.
confused. Sycamore, long distance.
Elkhorn's in the fall. In the
fall.
spring.
I know they're long
the spring.
distance.
Yeah.
Turf races.
The Elkhorn used to be shorter. I saw Lure win it in 1994 in his comeback race as a 5-year-old.
That when he was defeated, going for a 3rd straight Breeders' Cup mile at Churchill Downs.
Big Buckhar that day.
He beat. Okay.
Yeah, and pouring rain. In the Keeneland in the old days when they never took off the turf.
Off on a tangent, as we like to do. This weekend stake schedule. Today, the Glen Cove on the main track. Tomorrow, Grade 2 Sands Point. Sunday, the Floral Park. Cue the animation. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Tomorrow's Grade 2 Sands Point. In the field, 27th running. A good addition to the Sands Point. 3-year-old fillies. A mile and an eighth on grass towards the bottom. Number 9, Pizza Bianca. 5-2. Morning line favorite, the moment of her career. Last fall's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf at Del Mar. Pizza Bianca, Andy, and just it's a thriller, an exciting horse race, and what a ride, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, it really was an exciting performance. It's just rare to see him. It was basically last as they were getting ready to turn for home, had 1 horse speed as they turned in the stretch. And she just accelerated. Kura Spending gave her a little path when she came off the rail. Wasn't a mistake to do that, but made it easier for her to get through. And very, very exciting performance. The problem is she hasn't moved forward from this, and other horses have. She's run just okay, and it's taken her a while to get back to the races. Almost 4 months now.
Since Royal Ascot, right?
They took a shot. They wanted to have some fun.
Sure.
Listen, it's their horse. People don't have the opportunity to go and meet the Queen anymore. So I wonder if less people will be going to Ascot. It'll be good for them. But the truth is, she hadn't really run that well in her prior starts. Easily beaten by Consumer Spending, who she beat here. And then she beat, with all due respect, a fairly subpar field, Pimlico.
In the Hilltop, I believe it was. Was that right?
Yeah. That's right.
Bobby Flay had to convince Christophe Clement to run on the Juvenile Fillies Turf to begin with.
So
he was looking at a stakes race here.
So this is true, and Christophe would tell you this. I read in the notes that she was going to run the Chelsea Flower, which was here that weekend. And I went down to the paddock and saw Christophe. I said, "Are you out of your mind?" So she ran a huge race up in Canada. Who's good in that race? How can you not go to the breeze? Well, he started going back and forth. He said, Bobby wants to run. I said, well, Bobby owns her, so fortunately he can make you run. And they ran, and that is true. No, it's true.
For those keeping score, Andy taking credit.
No, not taking credit, but agreeing with Bobby.
Yes.
I want to be on the record as agreeing with Bobby. And I just thought it was crazy.
This race here, regardless, this finish here, what I mean, again, we discussed this yesterday, that we thought she was spent and defeated 5 different times in that dueling grounds at Kentucky Downs.
And, of course, dueling grounds, the original name of Kentucky Downs. They ran well in there, and if they could repeat that performance, they are major players in this race. The problem is neither one of those horses had ever run a race that fast and run that well, and it is Kentucky Downs, where sometimes good horses don't run as well there, and not quite as good horses will run better, mile and 5/16 as well, so a bit of a grueling race. I think on that course, a mile and 5/16 might be more like a mile and 3/8 to a mile and a half, because it's much more grueling with the hills, etc. So I don't trust them to go there. There's a lot of different ways to go in this race, and a number of horses coming off less than terrific trips that ran very well.
The Spirit and Glory, for example, 2 for 3 here in the States, emerging from the pack in this absolute stampede. Spirit and Glory at Colonial in the Virginia Oaks.
She made a legitimate half-mile sustained run. She was 3 to 4 wide on the first turn, 3 to 4 wide on the second turn, and she just kept chugging by everybody. Now, she is meeting a significantly tougher field than she beat here, but she has won a race in New York. She's not a horse that went out of town and suddenly got better, because she did win her debut in New York, and while she was with the track that day, she also blew the brake and still won. And Canisi, who had clear trouble that day, and a lot of people talk about Canisi because she probably should have won, but she would have won with a perfect trip. Whereas this horse did not have a perfect trip. She's good. I'll tell you another horse that ran very well in that race, Hail 2. For Tommy Albertrani. She wanted to start a mile and 3/16. She was 4 wide around the track, maybe even wider, and just never stopped running the horse she beat. Came back and won easily here at a mile and 3/8. She's a horse that may want a little more distance, being a half to Saddler's Joy, but it's a mile and 8. That was a mile and 3/16. I wouldn't discount her. This race came up a sensational race, and albeit not as strong at the top, where McCulloch is going to grade 1 at Keeneland, this is a much better betting race.
No rain in the forecast. We're good there. Grade 2 Sands Point. We'll have it for you right here tomorrow. Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. The Friday feature has been washed off the turf course. Horses are in the paddock. The Glen Cove, there's the favorite. Sail by for Leah Giamatti. 2 to 1, 14 minutes out. Paddock report, riders up, post parade for the Friday feature. Next, Belmont at the Big A.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Fast City, fast horses featured. Glen Cove coming up next. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. Here in South Ozone Park, New York, gorgeous October afternoon. Off the turf on the main track. 6 furlong Glen Cove. Sail by number 4, the current favorite at 2-1, 12 minutes out. Welcome Acacia Clement back to the show with this Glen Cove Paddock report. Acacia.
Hey, Lafitte, and we'll start there with Sail By, who is more of a confirmed turf horse, but she has had one race on the main track, and on paper it looks like it was a pretty good one, though in a short field. And looking at her physically, I was actually really excited for her to turn back in distance today, because I do think that a little bit shorter is better for her. She disappointed in the Pebbles, 2 starts back in the Lake Placid. I actually thought that she stacked up nicely, just was stretching her distance a little bit while Haughty did wire the field, and she was in the unenviable chasing spot. I like this for her. She looks strong. She's very fit. That lone off the turf start was in the PG Johnson as a 2-year-old, and she set the pace, and I actually thought that she just finally gave up really late in the race, hanging on her left lead, maybe still a little bit green and maybe inexperienced. I'm willing to give her another try on the main track. She's been the ultimate professional here in the paddock, and while I do think that she's more of a turf horse, I don't mind her in this spot. The number 5, Half Is Enough, is certainly one who jumps off the page at you as far as having that strong dirt form. And I can't get over how much she's actually filled out into the latter part of her 3-year-old season. She's strengthened up quite a bit. She's always been kind of a very kind of burlier type, but she's filled out in all the right places. She has gotten a little bit warm under the belly and showing some kidney sweat here in the paddock if I'm just nitpicking, but she stacked up really favorably a couple races back in the victory ride, finishing 2nd to Hot Peppers. Last time out, she was just kind of up close and really never got into the race. I thought this is a horse who is more of a dirt horse, and that could really bode well for her in this spot, and it looks like she's one that's doing well right now. The number 6, Gallon a Rush, is similar to Sail By in that she's had an off-the-turf start. She did debut on the dirt with a disappointing effort on a wet track, albeit, but her race back in May at Belmont, where she did run 3rd, she was last early and taking some kickback. She actually kicked on late. Is she more of a turf horse? Absolutely. She's got a flatter hoof to her. She's a little bit more lighter behind and across her flank. Looks more like turf is what she does prefer. But one thing I will say about her as well, also love the turn back in distance. Getting a little bit less ground should suit. And last time out, again, she was just last early and closing a little bit to be late. So she's one that will be running from off the pace. We'll see how she does handle the main track today. Intriguing as to how these fillies will take to the dirt surface. Lafitte?
Trained by Christophe Clement. We'll hear from Christophe in a moment. If maybe Acacia can get him to do an interview. Maybe. Is her father-in-law. By the way, time running out, guys. The Naira Bet Saturday contest back better than ever. They've added $2,000 to the prize pool this week. You register now to win cash prizes, seats in the next week's $300 contest. Registration ends today at 5, so just about 45 minutes or so. Registration ends. Visit Naira.com/contest to learn more. There he is, Christophe Clement.
He's just saying, you know, I wasn't going to run Pisa Bianca in the Breeders' Cup, and Dylan's laughing at him. I read lips. The race is completely misbet, by the way. Who is betting Sail By at Wonka at 5-2 in here? I mean, I don't know how anyone could argue that Half Is Enough, who's been competitive in some legitimate stake races, shouldn't be favored. And Gallon a Rush, at least in her one dirt race, albeit no sloppy track, she ran respectively to run 3rd with an 80 buyer. So they seem like the logical horses. I didn't want to completely discount Everyone Loves Linda, who is the inside speed, but I don't know why you would want to take a bunch of turf horses in dirt races.
The second to Hot Peppers in the victory just jumps off.
She'll gallop if she runs that race.
Jumps off the pages.
Yeah. And even her last race, not that bad, relatively speaking. Wonka's a nice horse, but they haven't run her on the turf or the dirt probably for a reason. I just think, listen, if they win, let them win. But you're supposed to be keying in on the 5 and 6 here. Little 2 maybe.
So this is the race we're talking about. And Hot Peppers at the time, who was in an absolute groove and dialed in. The Grade 3 victory ride, July at Belmont, and there's Half Is Enough, and a bang-up second-place finish.
Well, Hot Peppers came back and finished 2nd in our test. And it might not have been the most memorable test of all time, but she still finished second in it before running poorly in the prior race. But still, she was in terrific form for Rudy Rodriguez. I mean, she was one of the few horses that Rudy ran Saratoga that actually ran to a race, at least in the test.
Half is enough. Look at her.
I mean, I don't understand. I'm not saying she has to win this race, but if the 4 and 10 are 5-2, she should be 4-5. Now, I think they should be about 5-1, and she should probably be about 8-5. And I think the 6 could take some money in here, and the 2 could take a little money.
An example of something you've touched on several times. Off the turf, main track races often misbet, but offering opportunities elsewhere.
Don't you feel like if this field was drawn together for a scheduled dirt race, that she'd be favored?
I thought half of it, and we'll see what happens in the way, but I thought half is enough would be favored. We'll have another look at her in the post parade. We start with Everyone Loves Linda. Quick and the layoff. 9-2 currently.
We know what she's doing. She's going to the front with Kendrick. Is she good enough? I don't know, but she's going to be the inside speed.
Music Amore, number 3, first after the claim, Bob Caceres.
At least she's a dirt horse, albeit a cheaper one, and she should be attending the pace set by the 2.
Sail by. She is back sprinting, and she is the favorite.
Yeah, she's a terrible gamble. She's bred for turf. She's run on turf. I don't know why you would take a short price hoping she handles the dirt.
As Acacia described, the burly half is enough.
She's just supposed to be the favorite in this race, win, lose, or draw. She's just the right horse. Her dirt races beat these.
Gal in a Rush does her best work late.
In fairness, her one dirt race was a good one, but wasn't off the turf race on a sloppy track. How will she run this one on a much drier track?
Wonka to the outside, 5-2, second choice.
I've always wanted to ask you, would you have returned the Everlasting Gobstopper, or would you have kept it to give to the fake Slugworth? I think the latter.
I
would have given it back.
4 the last time I saw that. I don't remember it.
That's
well.
the feat for I would have kept the thing and gone for the money. I, an honorable soul, would have given it back, and I would have inherited Wonka. And I wouldn't be sitting here with you, and I'd have more cookies.
It's been a long time that we have 3 left. A pile that had 34 of them about 20 minutes ago. We check in with Acacia.
You're a very honorable soul, Andy. It's a perfect way to describe you. I was very pleased to be joined by Christophe Clemata's Gal in a Rush. We'll go out here. Christophe, she has had a couple races on the dirt, and she did run well in that Soppy race back in May. Does that give you a little bit more confidence as to how she'll handle it here?
No, without a doubt. I thought it was a good race. She was a little bit funny with the kickback. And, but, it was very disappointing not to be on the grass today. And I thought she showed enough in that race to justify to try it this afternoon.
Tomorrow in the Sands Point, so hopefully on the turf, you'll be sending out Pizza Bianca, Breeders' Cup winner. What have you seen from her since her try over in Royal Ascot?
I hope on the grass, and I hope our New York jockeys will be willing to ride the turf tomorrow. You never know, with them. But the filly Strange came back from Ascot. I didn't think she trained as well as she should over the summer. She had some time, and she's been the last 2 or 3 works have been good works. Question mark tomorrow, obviously, with the distance. My 8 first time. Question mark with the ground being a bit on the soft side. But she looks great, and she's trained well.
And all along, too, in what she did as a 2-year-old and coming back this year, she's been a very special horse, of course, for Bobby Flay and for you as well.
And absolutely. She won the Breeders' Cup, which is a major race. And I'm sure Andy had some great things to say about me about that. And but she was. The question with her will be, she was obviously a top-class 2-year-old, if not the best 2-year-old. And did she reach a plateau? Did you have some also? Did she improve as much as some of the other one from 2 to 3? She won. I thought she won rather well in the spring, and tomorrow's race will be very interesting.
We look forward to seeing her. Thank you and good luck here.
Thank you so much.
Christophe come up with a big weekend coming up in stakes action on Sunday as well, Lafitte.
Well represented, Christophe Clement. Pizza Bianca tomorrow, Grade 2 Sands Point. A shot across the bow.
I like that. Obviously not happy that the riders didn't want to ride the turf today, and that race came off, and he's allowed. I respect that.
He can absolutely entitled to his opinion for the riders if they decided it wasn't safe, or whether it was the horses or themselves that would have been put in harm's way for whatever reasons. That's their call to make as well. So
clearly frustrated, no question about it. And I agree. Obviously the riders are ones out there, and they have to make the decision that they feel is the safest.
So off the turf for this one, the Glen Cove warming up. Post time 3 minutes. JK is with us. Half is enough. JK, number 5. Up there at 7-2 if you like her.
Yeah, I do. Like Andy talked about, these races are always misbet. People start betting turf form in dirt races, and this is the horse you want in a dirt race. Not only does this horse have the speed figures that you want in this race, this horse has the style that I think you want. You want a horse that's going to be forwardly placed. A lot of these horses have spent a lot of their career on the turf, getting kicked back and not really fully grasping what it's like to be on a dirt racetrack in a dirt race. And I feel like that's a situation where, you want to be able to have a horse that's got some experience, and Half Is Enough has some experience. Half Enough will be forwardly placed. I would think in this situation has some back numbers that suggest that's the case. So I'm going to go with the 5, Half Is Enough. I love the price at 3-1. And it's a dirt race. And I think that the public can sometimes make that mistake when they look at these races that are taken off the turf. But I'm very curious to hear what Acacia has to say about a horse to the inside that I wasn't crazy about, but I'm always interested to hear what she has to say. The 2, Everyone Loves Linda.
And if your name is Linda, I guess that she would be the intriguing one in this spot, JK. I agree. I don't know if she's necessarily fast enough, and she did just break her maiden 2 starts back. But one thing about Everyone Loves Linda, she's a dirt horse through and through. And I have to say that she did stack up favorably with these in here. She was forward back in the paddock. She looked really strong, really well muscled. I thought that her last race was impressive in the way that she did it, though she did regress pretty significantly as far as her speed figures were concerned, kind of coming up the inside and being able to pull away. So I think that she is one that maybe if some of the others aren't handling the surface or having some a tough time out there, she's a horse that we know has some natural speed and, again, is a dirt horse. I still preferred Half Is Enough, much like you did, but as far as the 10 Wonka does go, she's trying the dirt for the first time and is also taking some attention at 5-2. Now, this is a horse that throughout her career, she's just never really carried a lot of condition. She's a lighter frame type, and I think in general those types have an easier time pushing off when on the turf, and so that's my biggest concern with her. It's not that she has quote unquote more of a turf hoof, or the pedigree and the bottom side is more turf overall, but she's just so physically in her makeup built more like a turf horse. So if this race was on the grass, I'd be intrigued by her cutting back, but for me at a short price with her trying the dirt for the first time, I'm going to take and prefer the wait and see approach. Lafitte.
Wonka on the outside, LNJ Foxwoods 5-2 currently, still 5-2 on the favorite. Now Half Is Enough emerging as the choice if they've reached the starting gate.
Yeah, and the public's getting it right at this point. She's supposed to be favored, win or lose. It's not, she's just the right horse. I mean, if you can't, it's hard to imagine if this was a scheduled dirt race, she wouldn't be favored. I used her with a 2 and 6. Mostly a 6. Acacia, touching on Everyone Loves Linda, you feel like you're going to get your run for your money. As she mentioned, because she's proven on this surface, inside speed, and Kendrick's going to have the pedal to the metal. She's right what she said. She's probably not good enough, but she's a kind of horse that could outrun her odds and run reasonably well, and here's the inside speed, especially if a lot of horses just can't handle it all. And maybe they will, but you have to bet against it.
Second running of the Glen Cove on the main track. It is post time. John Ambriel standing by with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Glen Cove Stakes. Everyone Loves Linda from that inside post position. Quickly out for the early lead with Half Is Enough racing in second. Music Amore, the gray, is down at the rail. Sail By is in between horses. On the outside is a Wonka, along with a Gal in a Rush. Everyone Loves Linda by 3/4 of a length. Half Is Enough in second. The quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Everyone Loves Linda takes the field into the far turn, leads by 3/4 of a length. Half Is Enough is on the outside in second, break of 2. Sail By down at the rail in third. Wonka is on the outside in fourth, then Gal in a Rush. Music Amore is the trailer. Everyone Loves Linda on the inside, and Half Is Enough on the outside. Half Is Enough now takes a narrow lead. Everyone Loves Linda back running in second after a half mile in 46 seconds. Sail By is next in third, then Wonka and Gal in a Rush. Half Is Enough is the leader with a 16th to the finish. Then Everyone Loves Linda and Sail By. Half Is Enough to win this off-the-turf stakes. Sail By got up for second. Then Everyone Loves Linda and Gal in a Rush.
Half Is Enough. It's plenty. In the Glen Cove, Trevor McCarthy for Mike Trombetta. Half Is Enough. 2-1 at post time in the Friday feature.
Happy for Trevor. Happy for Mike Trombetta. Just the best horse in the race. As simple as that. You know, the two, Kendrick did everything right, going to lead. She's just not good enough. It's exactly what Keisha said, what we were talking about, but it doesn't mean that she wasn't a little interesting at 7-1. This is the best horse. And, you know, you think about some of the horses that go off 6. Think about the race before it where that Todd Bletch horse went up 7-5.
Yeah.
This was just this horse almost was too obvious. You almost felt like you were falling in a trap because you felt like she should have been 6-5 in here.
Right.
And
2-1 is still relatively cold. The favorite, but still feels chilly.
This is off the turf racing at its best as far as betting. This is a horse that should have been an overwhelming favorite here.
She engaged. Everyone loves Linda. Put her away. Draws off. Trevor McCarthy, Iron Horse Racing Stable, the winning owners. And a Glen Cove victory here. Half is enough. Sailed by and ran well. Did what she typically does. Put in a nice late run to complete the exacta.
She's got a good trip, good ride by Javier. She was second best to get it done. Gal in a rush. I don't know where. She was a little bit out of it and a little wide. On a track where you want to be inside, Dylan spent a lot of time outside.
All of our handicappers zeroed in. Acacia, JK, Andy. On the Burley, half is enough. 5, 4, 2, 6. Half is enough. In the Glen Cove, 8 down, 1 left. The Nightcap and reaction following that performance from Half is enough in the Glen Cove. That's next. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Coming down to the finish, and it will be Matole.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. The quality fields that he's beat. That's what makes him the fastest horse in the world.
The final time was a new stakes record. Matole, he did it again! Matole's a monster! Matole wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! The mighty Matole!
Just moments ago, Half is enough. Gliding under the wire in the Friday feature. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Entering the winner's circle now. Iron Horse Racing. Trevor McCarthy, the winning pilot. Trained by Michael Trombetta. Results are in. Well done, Acacia, JK. Andy, 6'10". Half is enough in the Glen Cove. And Acacia's with winning rider Trevor McCarthy. And I'm told a very special guest, yes?
Yes, a very special guest, his daughter Riley, joining us as well as Trevor. I mean, Riley already even knows how to smile for the win picture. She was all ready.
Yeah, look, she gets the smile on part from her mother. You know, she's always really happy, just like her mom. So it was nice. She hasn't had too many winner pictures and not too many stakes either, so it was good to have her here today.
I'm sure a lot more to come, and she's just so awesome and so excited for you as always. Half is enough with the win. She had the dirt form. Did that give you some more confidence coming into today?
Absolutely. When they came off the grass, I was pretty excited. And look, she's a filly that has some speed, and I was able to let her run away from there and not use her so much. And look, when Kendrick was kind of going on his own, then I kind of wanted to attack. But look, she ran a really good race. We were confident in her today, and she showed how good she is.
Uh-oh, I think somebody wants to take the microphone from you, has a few things to say. But half is enough, and she was able to pull away pretty comfortably. How exciting to get that stakes win with her and continue on as you've been having yourself a really strong fall meet here.
Yeah, look, it's been consistent, and we've been plugging away, and we're working hard in the morning, and just trying to gear up for the wintertime.
Well, we look forward to it, and many more winner's circle photos with this one as well.
Thanks.
Thank you, Riley. And Laffy, as you can see, we're all smiles down here in the winner's circle.
If she would only come out of her shell. Very camera shy, clearly, Riley. Look at that. Give me the mic. She is absolutely adorable, and something she'll have a chance to look back when she's a little bit older and understanding, appreciating what Daddy just did at the racetrack, winning a stakes race. This Glencoe with half is enough. Late pick 5, 6:10, half is enough, one left. What are we doing in the 9th and final here, Andy?
I Am Alive, the 2 for a little bit of a score, and the 11 for a little bit of a score, and the 8 who's the favorite to, make a few dollars, nothing special, but I think the 2 could be a bit of an overlay in this race.
Good luck with the wager in the 9th and final. Brisky Frolic, 6-5, 23 minutes out. And a look ahead to the Sunday feature. Too Sexy, too fast to catch last year in the Floral Park. Can she successfully defend her title? The Floral Park on Sunday, the featured event. Belmont at the Big A. We'll be right back.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
One left, Belmont at the Big A. This is America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Hillendale. Adelapa. Tomorrow's feature, Grade 2 Sands Point. We'll have that for you live on America's Day at the Races. Have a cookie, Andy.
No, there's Hansel and Gretel here.
On Sunday, more turf stakes activity. The Floral Park, another turf sprint and a title defense is what we'll be focused on with Too Sexy. Here's the field. 10 deep. I have the also eligibles, make it 7 if it goes on grass. Again, no weather expected over the next couple of days. Let's start with the defending champ, Too Sexy, with Dylan Davis, 4-1. This was a scene last year, having won the Floral Park, coming from far, far back. Can she go back-to-back, Andy?
Can she?
Can she? Are you expecting her to? Will she?
The truth is she has not had much of a season as her 5-year-old. She really has only run those 2 times. She has not run well in either one. If she could find that form from last year, and maybe she's a bit seasonal. She got better in the fall last year, and she'll run better in these races. I don't think there's a ton of pace in here, which will work against her. So it's not likely she'll be able to run back-to-back, but maybe she'll get better. She was in very good form when she won this last year.
Burned some money in the she hasn't won since. Defeated favorite in the autumn days. Defeated favorite in the license fee. We saw her at Saratoga. Didn't do much in the Smart and Fancy, so not approaching this year's Floral Park in the same kind of form she was a season ago.
And her stablemate is just better, the horse inside of her, Lady Edith, who's been good in her recent races. So I think she's probably going to be a much tougher player in this race. And there's Kept Waiting.
And she has some recency, at least. She is in form, coming off a sharp allowance win right here late September.
Yeah, I think you...
Kept Waiting.
Kept Waiting was terrific last time, absolutely. It's in very good form for Rob Falcone. She's a funny horse because she started out as an okay enough turf horse. She ran well in that late December, early December, late turf season race. And then Rob took that shot with her over the winter in the dirt. And remember, he wasn't confident. Maggie was talking to him, and nobody was that confident. But it was sort of like, she's New York bred. I'm going to take a shot. If she can't run the dirt, I'll lay up until we run back on the turf. And it worked out, and it did very well. So that's why trainers take shots, and frequently it doesn't work. In that case, it did, but she ran well to win that race last time.
How about the Maryland Invader? She's sharp, spun glass, back-to-back stakes wins at Laurel and here at Colonial in the Camp Down.
I don't think she's fast enough to win this race. I know she's coming off a couple of wins, and Fergal Lynch will come up for the ride, but I just think she's much slower than these horses. I think Kept Waiting and the filly we other mentioned for Christophe Clement are probably better, Lady Edith. I'll give you a weirdo in here. Is it possible that Igloo...
Always like a weirdo in a stakes
Igloo
race.
is the controlling speed in this race? I mean, I haven't done... Listen, I'm not here Sunday, so I haven't done a lot of work on this race. But I'm wondering if Igloo looks like the controlling speed in here, and that could help her.
You have 48 hours to figure it out. The filly you were just looking at, Spun Glass, trained by Mike Trombetta, just saddled the winner of the feature here, the Glen Cove moments ago, Belmont at the Big A. That's the Sunday feature. Tomorrow is the Grade 2 Sands Point, so some good grass turf sprint stakes coming up, highlighting the weekend. Horses in the paddock. 9th and final, $40,000 maiden claimer, and cookies. No money to the winner, just cookies. Post time, 17 minutes, if Andy leaves any for you.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Nightcap in 14 minutes. Radio City. A beautiful day today in New York City. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started, NairaBets.com today. Yankee fans a little nervous right about now?
Yeah, 2-2 in the ninth. I was at Radio City last week.
How was it?
That was great. I saw Chris Rock. Radio City.
Oh,
I've never been to Radio City. It's such an incredible building. It was such a great building, great place to watch a show.
Chris Rock is awesome. Frisky Frolic. Even money, 14 minutes out. One final time, we check in with Acacia with this Race 9 Paddock report.
You know what else is awesome, Lafitte? Cookies. And I'm cookie-less down here in the paddock. But taking a look at horses for this off-the-turf nightcap, we'll start with Frisky Frolic for Todd Pletcher. And this is a horse that has had one race on the main track going the 2 turns back in February. And it should be reminded that that was at Gulfstream. So that race was actually on the Tapeta. So she has never actually raced on the dirt before. She's a very lightly framed type of filly, very angular behind, and those types throughout that period over the winter at Gulfstream seem to really get over the Tapeta surface quite well, as it almost kind of mimicked a turf course, really similarly in the way that horses got over it and the way that it played. So first time on the dirt for this filly by Frosted. I much prefer her on turf or synthetic. That said, she is stretching back out in distance. She looks fit off the layoff, not carrying any excess condition, though, again, she's always been a little bit of a handier type that doesn't carry a ton of muscle mass in her flank, which I would have preferred to see for her getting onto the dirt. The number 10, Miscreant, I think is intriguing, as she did start her career on the main track and ran quite well, though behind my Delicious, as we all know, who was a professional maiden for quite some time. But that said, I think that she is a horse that can really handle either surface. I prefer her on the turf, but I think that she's actually come along. She was really green, really agitated in the paddock always prior to her starts in her first couple of races. She's been very professional in here. She was sharp and on her toes when she first came into the paddock, but she's actually settled quite nicely now that they got the tack on her, and this could be the right spot. I do also think that getting a chance to go the mile today should suit her well. She is a leggier type of filly by Classic Empire. The number 11, Temerity, is a big price, and I don't know if she is anywhere near good enough to contend with these. I know that she hasn't done much running on either surface as of yet, but she does stretch out in distance, and she is the horse that just kept catching my eye here in the paddock. She looks very well turned out. She's very, very strong. She's sharp in here. She's dappled from head to toe for Fernando Abreu. I like her getting some more ground. She's obviously going to have to improve, but this is a very wide open race, and maybe a horse that at a big price could outrun her odds in a race where there are a lot of questions to be answered. Lafitte?
The chivalry on this show, when it's snowing, driving rain, wind howling, guys are inside, Acacia, Maggie outside, and now she can't even get a cookie.
Rare cookie. I'd do anything to get away from you.
So you know, Acacia, he's like, hey, he ain't touching my cookies. Not having any of my cookies. I've only had 32 so far.
She could send her father-in-law up to get them.
Christophe Clement, big weekend on tap. Nightcap on tap. Post time, 11 minutes.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, in all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Have riders up in a moment. And a post parade for this off-the-turf maiden affair, $40,000 maiden claimers. A mile, fillies and mares. Riders up on the favorite. Brisky, Frolic, and Flavian Pratt in the saddle.
Yeah, I'm not going to be shocked if she wins. Todd Pletcher has a knack for doing okay in off-the-turf races. Something people should remember, her race 2 back is off the turf. But that's at Gulfstream. That's a synthetic horse. That's not a dirt course. She's a frosted, which says more dirt than turf, yet Todd has shown no interest in riding this horse in the dirt. That's a negative sign for a horse that's an awfully short favorite in this race. She can win, but she's not for me at that price.
Get another look in the post parade. Geometrique currently 11-1.
I'd love to see Jean Samuel get aggressive from the inside. She runs back to her debut, albeit in a sloppy sealed track, and she will win this race.
Belshazzar make the rider Eric Cancel subbing for Jose Gomez, involved in that spill earlier this afternoon.
Not that much shorter than the 2 in the multis, yet she's, for some reason, getting bet, despite the fact she can't stand up on dirt.
From the press box, just wanted to pass this along regarding Jose Gomez going to Jamaica Hospital. Precautionary reasons, but is walking around alert and in good spirits. Jose Gomez involved in that spill earlier today. There's the favorite.
Yeah, we talked about it. Overbet. Can win, but overbet.
6-5. Contender towards her outside. Miscreant.
Name for Lafitte. Oh, that's his nickname around the we don't like to give it out.
I'm going to tell our viewers your nickname. I'm going to tell you what your nickname is around here.
They know my nickname. Everybody knows. See, it's not like I'm known to be who I am. You, on the other hand, have been fooling people for years.
I'm pretty good at that. There was a horse, Mr. Annoying. Where's he at? Where's he at?
There's going to be a new one. Annoying analyst. There's a new one coming.
Yes.
It's true.
Yes. We're not letting this die. Ironic Lady. There she is. Not sure what's... Oh, she just shied.
Keith O'Brien taking a shot with this Ironicus here on the dirt. I used Temerity a little bit. I'm not even sure why. Last time out, obviously, didn't do any running. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not even sure why I threw this horse in.
We're going to find out why J.K. has her on top. J.K. Temerity. Yeah, 19
Good, get her home. Get her home, J.K.
Well, look, it's one of those races where we've seen it a couple times already today. People just don't know how to bet these races, the public in general, and you get these wild prices. I understand that it's easy to just say, okay, it's Todd, let's just pick this one. And that happens from time to time, especially in the last race of the day. I think there's some psychology to that. I've talked to some people about horses being overbet in the last race, the favorite. It's almost like it's the get-out race for everyone. And so everyone who kind of had a bad day at the track's trying to find a way to get out, and they just kind of gravitate towards the favorite as that one opportunity to get out. And I think that's maybe why that happens. Look, I say it all the time. I'm not cutting in line to bet the 11 Temerity, but I do think that this horse offers value in a race where no one looks like they want to win on the dirt. And the one thing I will say about Temerity is this horse does have some tactical speed. If you look at the pace figures, this horse projects to be forward. This horse has some tactical speed. This horse has some experience. The horse has run on turf, run on synthetic, it's run on dirt, and actually took a little bit of money in some maiden special weight races down at Gulfstream. So in order to take some money in a maiden special weight race, there has to be some buzz about the way the horse is training to a certain extent. Now, the horse has never really picked up her feet and run well, but at 20-1 in a race where I don't feel like I said any of these horses really want to act on the dirt, I'll go with the 11 Temerity.
I wanted to ask you, Jonathan, I used that horse, obviously, but the horse that I picked on top was Geometrique. I don't know if she can run back to it, but wouldn't you agree if she could somehow find that form in the sloppy sealed track at her debut, she'd kind of be a layover in here, right?
1,000% if she runs back to that number. And there's a little bit of an indication that she can, because she's run better than she's ever run in her last race, although it was on the turf from a speed figure standpoint. So maybe she's a better horse now than she was back in December. The sloppy racetrack, did that move her up with the figure? Did that help? That makes it a little bit of a question. But at 13-1, wouldn't talk anyone off.
Right. Who cares what she was running on? At least there was some dirt mixed in that surface somewhere. And I agree. I mean, listen, I threw the 11 in because I don't like the 3 Belshazzar. It makes no sense at all. And Miscreant can win. I get it. She was second her only dirt start. I think the people that are betting her at 2-1 should take a quick gander at the PPs for My Delicious, who beat her. I don't even know if I'd bet her as a favorite in this race. How about you? He left. No cookies for him.
No cookies for him either. He was as bored with that conversation as I was. Acacia, Geometrique, drawn inside. What are you seeing?
Well, this one is intriguing, getting back to the dirt, too. And I completely agree with Andy about that first race and the figure that she got in here. She's also just such a big, leggy, little bit of an awkwardly put together type of filly in that she's very, very long, very lanky. There's long legs, long body, long neck to her. And sometimes with horses like that, they take a little bit more time to kind of get their feet underneath them. And I'm guessing that that's why Bobby Roboto opted to switch her to the turf and try to get her to be able to push off a little bit easier. But that being said, the fact that she ran as well as she did, going 7 furlongs in her first race, gives me a little hope, because she definitely wants a little bit more ground and can cover a little bit more ground. I don't have a problem with her. And she was pretty sharp, and she's one that in the past has had a pony with her in the paddock, and while she was energetic, she wasn't doing too much in here today. The number 13, Ironic Lady, just a quick note on hers. You did see that she dropped Omar Hernandez Moreno when stepping out onto the track. It did give her, him a leg back up, and she galloped right off away from the pony, and while she was very spirited out there on the track, now that she's warmed up, she's settled down, which is good to see too, and he did a really good job in getting her to relax and expend some of that nervous energy. Hopefully that will help her as they approach the starting gate.
Acacia, Thoroughbreds today, steeplechase tomorrow. How excited are you about Far Hills?
I can't wait. I'm so excited. I've never been before. I'm disappointed I don't get to experience the tailgating fun that Maggie talked about, but really looking forward to spending the day with Richie Migliori and Joe Clancy, and been reading up and watching replays for the races tomorrow, and I'm especially excited to see Snap Decision in action once again. He was just so fun to follow in Saratoga a couple races back.
And Acacia, you know, we had cookies today. I don't see any reason you shouldn't be allowed to drink on the show tomorrow, so it's okay with me if you get really drunk on the set. It's not like Clancy will be staying sober.
There's a rule you're not supposed to drink on the show?
I don't know. I've never followed
That's great.
it.
If anybody says anything, I'm just going to say Andy told me.
Absolutely.
It was okay. Yeah.
No chance Clancy's staying sober anyway, so you might as well go for it.
Why are you missing the tailgating?
Well, if you see me over there, then you know what happened.
That's going to be exciting tomorrow, Far Hills. One day only. Big day of steeplechase racing, 5 graded stakes races, a Group 1 event.
Should be a fun
coming
day.
off that. Yeah, it's going to be good. Live on-site coverage. Joe Clancy, who did such a great job this summer, steeplechase expert at Saratoga. Acacia.
Those guys
and the MiG headed down as well.
Yeah, those guys, Joe and his brother Sean, and all the people they were, Tom Law and everybody else in the Saratoga special.
They
do such a.
That's like the summer Bible.
It really is, and I think
special.
for people who unfortunately can't get to Saratoga or aren't able to get there very often, between watching our shows and reading on thisishorseracing.com what they put together up there, it's as best you can do without being there. And they just work tirelessly for that. It's really a great, great addition to a summer in Saratoga.
The stable tours are invaluable.
Yep. Yeah.
Each trainer, and they walk not just the Grade 1 horses, not just essentially every horse stabled up there.
No, they have an incredible love for the game, and it comes through. And it's a great service to people, to fans. And
really good stuff.
It's really a labor of love for them, and I can't say enough about what they bring to us. And I know that you agree. And I know everybody here at NYRA agrees.
Great stuff. Crunch time for you. Who do you have again in this late pick?
2-8-11, but I'm rooting for a little 2-11 here to make some money.
Let's get it home. Post time, 9th and final. Winding down the Friday program, Belmont at the Big A. One final time. John Embrial.
They're all in. And they're off. It is Temerity going out for the early lead. Belshazzar now moving up is a Brisky Frolic in between horses, and on the outside is Ironic Lady. Miscreant is in fifth, followed by Sing Along in sixth, and Geometrique trails the field in seventh. They cross over from the chute to the main track, and it is the favorite Brisky Frolic who leads here by a half length. Temerity runs in second, Ironic Lady on the outside in third, Belshazzar down at the rail, the quarter 23 and 4. Miscreant is in between horses and in fifth, but a little more than 2 lengths from the lead. Then farther back is Sing Along and Geometrique. Brisky Frolic has the lead as they head for the half-mile pole. It is Brisky Frolic by a little more than a length. And the opening half was run in 48 seconds. Miscreant has now moved into second. Then comes Temerity. Down at the rail is Belshazzar. On the outside, Ironic Lady. Geometrique is now moving up some, and the trailer is Sing Along. The leader is Brisky Frolic with Miscreant in second. It is Brisky Frolic by 2. Miscreant is in second. Geometrique now takes third as the field comes into the stretch, and Brisky Frolic quickly opens up here. Brisky Frolic has built a 4-length lead, now a 5-length lead. Then comes a Miscreant, and down on the inside is Geometrique. It is Brisky Frolic coming off of a 6-month layoff, and she was ready to go today to break her maiden. Broke her maiden by 9 lengths. Geometrique in second, then Miscreant and Temerity.
Had the right people in her corner. Winning pilot, Flavian Pratt. Winning trainer, Todd Pletcher. Brisky Frolic by several in the 9th and final, Belmont at the Big A.
That was actually a shockingly fast time, 137.90 for this level of horses, which is probably a lot to do with why she won by 9 lengths. She got the lead. She was just much the best in here. Very nice ride by Jellen Samuel, saving ground in the 1 and 2 path with Geometrique to get second. And I'm sitting up here feeling like a complete moron to not have a little bit of an 8-2 exacta to cover myself. But yes, it could have been money with Geometrique, but the 8 Brisky Frolic.
Not the first time, Andy. Won't be the last.
No, it won't be, but you know, you just hope you learn sometimes. Sometimes you give up by the end of the day, to be honest with you.
I meant the feeling like a moron part.
Oh no, I feel like a moron every day at the race. If you don't feel like a moron pretty much every day as a horse player, you're not really a horse player, right? So many opportunities to act like an idiot.
Hence, last 2.5 hours.
We should have had the super between me and Jonathan,
and
right?
Temerity, who ran, that was fast.
That's a very fast time, because I think that Shug horse was so impressive. Signator, a 2-year-old you're going to hear from, the $1.7 million horse. I think she didn't run that. I mean, I know it's a 2-year-old or he, but it's a 2-year-old colt that cost $1.7 million. So in relative terms, this horse ran.
8, 2, 10, 11 tomorrow. Right back at it again, and the America's Best Racing's race of the week. Looking forward to this one. Sands Point, grade 2, $200,000. 3-year-old fillies, mile and an eighth. And
I like Hail 2.
Hail 2. 12-1 on the morning line. Do you think you get anything close to that?
I do. I think there's a lot of live horses in there. I think Spirit and Glory's dangerous in this race. I don't have a problem with Eminent Victor, who I won't be surprised if ends up the favorite by post time. I think she is the horse to beat in there. But I think Hail 2 and the Glory horse, both those horses ran very well in their last starts.
Pizza Bianca, a Breeders' Cup winner in a race is always going to get overbet.
And you want to see her do well. You want to see the big names, and Bobby Flay very popular in this sport, and we're glad to have Bobby around. And so you do want to see her do well, but from a gambling standpoint, she's a tough horse to take at her shortest price based on her form as a 3-year-old. She just hasn't shown that she's moved forward.
Not only owns her, Bobby Flay bred her in that electric run at Del Mar last fall, winning the Breeders' Cup, a first for Christophe Clement. Look forward to seeing her Tomorrow afternoon, the Grade 2 Sands Point. We'll have it for you right here, Fox Sports 2 on America's Day at the Races. We're saying goodbye. You can get the results at NYRABets.com. The results, again, NYRABets.com for the 9th and final four. Acacia, Maggie, Andy, I'm Lafitte Pinkai, and the featured Glen Cove. How impressive was that? Half is enough. Iron Horse Racing, Mike Trombetta, Trevor McCarthy, Pizza Bianca, last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf winner, favored in tomorrow's Grade 2 Sands Point, plus live coverage. What a party. Far Hills with Acacia, Richie, Joe Clancy, all coming your way tomorrow on America's Day at the Races. Have a great night, everyone.